The Out There channel.
Please sub and share.
Searching for the truth. UFOs, aliens, greys and ufology. Real images, real stories, real videos, real cases, researched and investigated by professionals in the field and cutting-edge discoveries. Multiple witnesses, abduction accounts brought to you by Team The Out There channel. Good to be back. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Action.
Action.
Yo, yo. Another day, another show. I'm not sure how many people's going to turn up though. So, what's it? 3 hours earlier than normal. Daylight savings has messed up things worldwide. UK went forward and we went backwards. We're already in the future. Just proves that we live in a globe and not a flat earth. It's going to be some like gymnastics, mathematics to try and suss out how you would do the time zones on a flat earth. I don't know, crazy people. Pin message. I think it's all working. Does it sound okay out there? It's done a Windows update. And I've got a shower going on next door. I'm not sure if you can hear it. It's always stuff going at the wrong time. Early is good for me. Yeah. It depends whereabouts in the world you are. It's 4 a.m. here, as you can see. Especially on a Sunday. Most people are in bed. And getting over the migraines probably. So, I feel like I've forgotten something. Yeah, I'm not too sure if Gabber's going to be joining us. The way he stormed off last time. But I think he's still talking to me on Discord. So we'll see if he shows up. But the thing is, people got to respect the show's rules, you know. Don't have too many rules, but we just got to be civil, you know, when you debate things. Or if you get something wrong and you're trying to understand what they're on about. But, yeah. I think it's not professional to storm off your mic. I know a few people have done it in the past. Robert did it once. He stormed off. The problem is with when you do it over the internet, when all over the globe, there is a slight few seconds delay here and there, and normally they're the cues that you look when you're talking to people in a room, when you can jump in. And generally, when you think there's a gap, it's already gone, so you end up talking over people. But generally, I think I'm getting better at it. And the better internet speeds and stuff. As long as people are also on cable to their provider, instead of using Wi-Fi. Everybody's lazy and uses Wi-Fi. Wi-Fi is not really good for end-to-end communication. There's all sorts of things that can slow it down. As you know, radio can be disrupted. Well, a cable can't because it's shielded. Well, in our case, LAN cable's unshielded, but it's got a certain random twist in it that sort of defeats EMF noise, but keeping high speed, of course. And now they're getting up to really fast speeds. You know, once we thought 1 gigabit was fast enough, and now they're up to 2.5 gigabit. And I'm not sure if our cables in the house would even go up that high, because it wasn't around then. We're 6E cabling in the house here. I think it goes up to 1.5, which was E standing for experimental cable, for extra thickness and shielding and stuff. So yeah, I suppose we'll just have to live with 1.5 in the future, but we'll have it all ripped out. I don't know. Maybe we won't use cables in the end. Maybe use fibre optics throughout the house. They reckon the fibre they put in the road would last a long time because there's a lot of bandwidth in it, but somehow I don't think so. I think it's always exponential growth, and this, what we're using today, will be like dial-up. Dial-up was to us when we first started the internet back in the 1990s. So yeah, let's just catch up on the side comments. I posted up some stuff while the show was starting. I just hopefully it goes alright. Like I said, there's been a lot of changes, and I've been spending my time trying to get the show promoted more away from Google. So I've been signing up for Apple Podcasts and Spotify, and other RS feeds for podcasts, and that way it might get out there searchable on various apps, so we can get away from Google, because they're not promoting us. In fact, I think I've had like 10 views a day since I haven't been uploading stuff. And the shorts, they're not promoting either. As you know, if I put up a short from might be a clip about a case, a UFO case, it won't get promoted. But on podcasts, that's not a problem. Everything is searchable. You just search for what you're after and it pops up. There's no suppression so far. It might be on some podcasts though. So we got Alien is talking, yes. Alien debunking human weird. He's very emotional like me. Yeah, that's the problem when you try and break people's beliefs and stuff. They can get very emotional and angry and attack you. I've had a few attacks over the years, and sometimes, not all of them, will see that I was correct and actually come back and say, sorry, you were correct. I understand it all now. So if it's like, if you grow up with religion, right? Not everybody steps away from religion, not entirely. So, you know, if you challenge their beliefs, you can get killed over it, as you know. The world's crazy. A UFO field is a religion, though. That's the problem. And it has these little infections, is that the word to use? Cults. It has all these little cults, and they have their own little groups. yeah. Well, ranting some people like. You know, they like the drama ranting, especially in ufology, where one's attacking another. But really, I don't want to attack people. I just want to look at footage and tell you if it's real or not. And that was my goal. And I thought people then would see sense. So if a fraud's always putting up these videos and saying it's a UFO, or not doing any research on it, and you've seen what I do it live, find the answer in 5 minutes sometimes, and it's solved. And then you got a big channel like Secureteam that's talking a load of garbage about something, and it was solved in 5 minutes, like it might have been Chinese New Year with lanterns or whatever. Same with Third Phase. Proves that they don't do any research, because you can search what sort of events happen in that city on that month, right? Or worldwide even. So, what do we got today? Well, we've got a fair few tabs here. So most of it's due to Gabber, of course. Hey, Shagun. Yeah, I started a wee bit early. I thought I would be late, but yeah, I set the alarm, it woke me up. But I know it normally takes about 15 minutes for people to show up. So we've got this evil word on the screen here on the first thing we're going to talk about, or just show a clip of. Let's see, who is it from again? What's it all lit up? I think I got a key stuck down. So the Osiris project. Wasn't that the guy that sort of said he was brain raped from Lou Elizondo? What was his name? McGowan, is it? Actually, is that him that does that? Let me just check. Okay, let's go full screen here. And let's go about that tab. Does he actually say who he is? That's the one doing the Sky Hub thing, isn't it? Yeah, sounds like the same guy. Can't see his name. I think that's him, isn't it? Oh, here we go. It's up the top here. Ah, right. Okay. That makes it easy. So it is the guy. Anyway, we're just going to play a clip from his video. He won't mind. And I won't play it all. So this is going on about Space Watch. Will we find evidence of UFOs? If anything to do with government, I think it's going to not be public, straight away. It's going to be some reason to cover it up. But really, they're talking about a network of satellites in space that they're building satellites now with sensors in them that can detect as well as send video even, I think. All of them have it. They use video for self-checking. They can turn around a camera and actually look at itself to see if there's a asteroid impact or whatever. Or micro-asteroid, I should say. But yeah, and they also got sensors that can detect movement. And it's just a matter of detecting abnormal movement, orbits, paths. If it's only something moves out of an orbit, like spy satellites have little engines on it, so they can actually change altitudes and orbits. But anyway, this is what he's going to talk about. Obviously, Space Watch. Welcome, Shogun. Welcome, John. Who else we got here? Got John, got Shogun. I think we only got 2, haven't we? It doesn't really matter. More people will join us, I think. Yeah, it'll be the day when I've got 100 people watching. I was up to about 20 on average watching, joining the side chat a couple of years ago before McGowan and his panel attacked me and put a strike on my channel. At the time there, I didn't realise I could use my other helper channel to also stream stuff. McGowan got away with it with a second channel and they didn't take him down. It's like one rule for some and one rule for others, right? Anyway, just play it. See if it's the right
and government
volume.
satellites. Now, what the heck does in situ mean?
That's very low, isn't it?
Well, that's a Latin phrase that literally translates to in its place or on site. In the context of the Space Watch program, in situ refers to the sensors being directly on the satellites that are already orbiting in low Earth orbit. The primary goal of Space Watch is to detect and track objects and identify any bizarre or unexpected events, making Space Watch the ultimate tool for UFO and UAP detection. Now, this is all published on DARPA solicitation number DARPA-PS-23-06 and was released on January 10th of this year, 2023. So let's start off with a brief overview of Space Watch. This innovative program aims to provide real-time, persistent tracking of all objects in low Earth orbit, or LEO, by capitalizing on the enormous volume of low-cost in-situ sensors on both commercial and government satellites. The primary goal is to detect and track nearby objects and identify any anomaly or unexpected events, making Spacewatch highly relevant for UFO and UAP detection. The solicitation was posted by the Defense Advanced Research Projects Agency, or DARPA, under their Strategic Technology Office. Now, you might be wondering, why is this important? Why the sudden urgency for Spacewatch? Why is this happening? Well, as the number of satellites in LEO skyrockets, so does the potential for catastrophic accidents and collisions.
Now you can see that Elon's satellites will definitely have something on board on those systems. So that will definitely be, if it's like a ring of satellites in various orbits. His would be prime use, I guess, especially over Ukraine at the moment because he's offering internet, isn't he? So, yeah, I guess Elon would have to be friends with the CIA, right? Although he's being a good guy mostly at the moment. We've got to be careful still of Elon. He's a billionaire for starter. He's elite rich. He can go into space and leave all of us to die when a big asteroid comes. But like the movie Don't Look Up. I don't know if you've watched it or not. I loved it. I thought it was funny as hell. But apparently people like Dave of Spaced Out Radio thought it was garbage, but obviously he didn't understand because he's on the other side of what I call ufology. He's the one that's actually a shill and a story promoter with no facts and evidence. Well, people that with science and facts and debunking most of them apart from a few, which are more credible cases that we should be focusing on. We see it way different. We see that people have short attention spans. The movie focused on short attention spans. People were so stuck on their smartphones, looking down, walking along the street, too bothered to look up and see there's a big asteroid coming to kill them. And then it showed how useless the government was, and the government was only interested in the image and controlling the people. They're not really worried about some big extinction event. It's so true today. You just have to watch the mainstream media. If there's going to be extinction event, they'd be more worried about I don't know, inflation or something, or some government caught red-handed stealing or whatever. But yeah, it's a good movie if you look at it from that point of view. And the scientists are trying to plead to everybody in mainstream media to pay attention to this, and we need to get the whole world together to save the planet. So that's how it all starts out anyway. But yeah, it's quite a long movie too, isn't it? Don't look up. So these satellites are actually looking downwards though. I just wonder if they've got any looking outwards as well, because it sounds like it's all downwards at lower levels, right? It's low orbit, so it makes sense that the ones on the outer edge of the orbit would be sensors looking outwards, looking for meteorite movements, slight movements and stuff. It should be aiding that sort of detection. Look how close, how fast that rock, Uma, or whatever it's called. I can remember the name of it. I don't know why they couldn't choose the easier name. But anyway, what was I going to look up? I forgot now. Gee. This is what happens when you talk about too much thing that it's flying through your head. What was I going to look at? Right, I was going to look up the movie. Don't look up. Let's see, is it rated poorly now? Let's see. It's a Wikipedia. I was looking for the movie database. There you go. The clips of it weren't very good, I don't think. The clips made it look a bit worse than what it actually was, I thought. It's still quite a high rating here, 7.2. 2 low-level astronomers. That sounds like 2 low-level UFO people go against media to warn mankind. I think if there was a big asteroid that's going to wipe us all out, the government definitely wouldn't be telling us. But would the scientists be leaking it out? Probably. It'd be just like the movie. I'll post a link to it. I thought it may drop down a wee bit. In fact, I probably need to watch that a second time. It's a bit like Iron Sky. Remember Iron Sky? That's hilarious. Nazis, probably shouldn't say that word, on the moon. It's so realistic. That was a crowd-funded one too, wasn't it? Iron Sky. It's probably one word, is it? Iron Sky, here we go. Oh, didn't realise there were so many. Which one was it? We can't say that name either. Was it that one? There we go. The airships. Remember the UFO airships? I know I got sidetracked already, haven't I? Set up a secret base on the dark side of the moon. This would be right into Gabber. That would have to be Gabber's favourite movie, I would have thought. Apart from Close Encounters. If you've not seen Iron Sky, it has got a lot of swearing in it though. A lot of older people didn't like all the F words in it. In the family, I should say. but relatives. And there's another one which I liked, which is like a piss take of this one here, called Nazis at the Center of the Earth, I think, something like that. I kind of liked it. The FX were pretty good. It's basically like Linda Moulton Howe down at Antarctica tramping around, and then one of the team members falls down in a big hole, goes into a tunnel system, and they try and get down to him. And then that guy wanders off and finds there's an underground Nazi base in Antarctica. And they got like Hitler's head in a bottle to try and connect him to a new body of someone, doing DNA research or whatever. It's kind of like a B grade thing, but I thought it was a bit better than a B grade, but I thought it had lots of funny elements in it. Has it got a picture of Hitler's head in a bottle here? Just like the web browser's fighting my zoom. Look, it's taken over the horizontal rule, which should be the zoom. So let's fix that up. That's so annoying. I've tried add-ons, plugins that disable the scroll, but it doesn't seem to work. I think once it gets updated, the plugins don't work as well. Now it's working. Okay. So yeah, go and check out that one too. Anyway, we'll get back to that thing. Not a good one. What's the company name that does the piss takes? Sometimes they're better than the originals. Where does it say? Can't think of the company name now. What's the rating on that one still? Where's the rating? 3 out of 10. I think that's a bit unfair. I think it's way worth better than that. That's why I never trust ratings too much, unless it's a really high one with lots of votes. I think it has to be like a liken for some of the cheaper made movies, but everybody wants all those actions and special effects to, because we live in a short attention span world, like I was saying earlier. What is where's the company name? Why can't I see the company name? Where is it? I thought it was there. Only parent motion picture rating. Who cares about that? Where is it? Director. Why hasn't it got the production company name? Production, box office, more. Oh, this is useless. Yeah. They've changed it, have they? Asylum, is it? The one that does all the P takes. Why can't I see it? See more. But if I click on that, it opens up another web link, which is useless. Comedy, action. Anyway, it doesn't matter. So back to that. So just this episode is made. It's a wee bit technical, a wee bit dry. So yeah, I'm just I'm just doing transformative work here and adding my own bit to it just to make it a bit more interesting.
Just like the Federal Aviation Administration, or FAA, keeps an eye on air traffic, Spacewatch aims to ensure the safety of satellite operations and guard the final frontier. Not only does this benefit the satellite industry, but it also unveils new possibilities for detecting and tracking UFOs and UAP. Now, before we dive deeper into Spacewatch, let's take a moment to understand the Space Surveillance Network, or SSN. The SSN is a crucial part of the current space situational awareness infrastructure, and it's essential to know how it operates and what its capabilities are. The SSN is operated by the United States Department of Defense, specifically the United...
And I think this goes back to Reagan days, when he was doing that speech about that the world would come together if it had an outside external threat. Sorry. So while I was talking, it's a sort of like a stomach burp coming up. Yeah, my stomach was a bit rough this morning again, but yeah, Reagan. I'm pretty sure he would have had some sort of space surveillance, but I think the satellites going into space is like 10-folded since he was around. But yeah, you just don't know what they got up there in the sense of nuclear rocket detection and countermeasures, right? Or other ways to destroy things like space lasers, or what they call it, the rods from space. They can make a big explosion like a meteorite impact and destroy a city without the radiation. But anyway, I'll just skim over some of this.
As a byproduct, sure, but it can do it. Now, DARPA's exact description of the Spacewatch program is, and I quote, to provide real-time persistent tracking of all objects in low Earth orbit so that when an anomalous action occurs, operators can be notified in a timely fashion, allowing them to gain and plan and execute appropriate actions. To accomplish...
So, if they can do that in space in real time, why couldn't they detect all those hundreds of Tic Tacs the Navy were being swarmed with in 2004? Did they not have the technology then? So how far down do these satellites look? Right down to sea level? Probably not, because as you know, water can absorb a lot of the electromagnetic radiation from microwave, although it can still penetrate it on higher frequencies. Yeah, makes you wonder. So it makes you wonder if they've also got a underwater network array of sound, sonar, and other stuff like that. I think that's what they did have underground. Remember years ago that they admitted they had sensors under the sea for detecting submarines, and they said they can detect whales as well, things as small as a whale. And so all the research people were saying, hang on, we wanted to track the migration of whales, can we get that information? You might recall it years ago. So yeah, so if they had that years ago, they've probably got even something better now. So why can't they detect the Tic Tacs anywhere in the world? So just makes more questions than answers that we're getting. Of course, that's all military. It's all going to be classified, top secret. What are we saying here? Dirty wars. Yeah. Just catch up. What's that about the interview? Paul, have you seen latest Chris Lehto video of UFO. Didn't I talk about it last time, or has he got something else out? I probably have, but I didn't pay much attention to it. Was that the one in Australia? Interviewed a guy who videoed... Yeah, Australia. Okay, I should have read the next one. Yeah, I did actually see a clip on Goofons, I think, and I thought, what a load of cobblers. Yeah, I can't remember what it was now. It's something we could look at, I guess. Another good one. Yeah, I think it could have been like a drone, or possibly a LED kite. I think, if I remember right, on that one. I watched a lot of the what's that one? Oh, my eyes gone a bit blurry. Interviews. All right. Are you allowed to say that word? Shogun. We said a lot of banned words today, so yeah, I think Google's podcasters will probably lose their minds, and they'll probably end up being deleted and banned. You're not allowed to. There's no such thing as free speech anymore. They've controlled us. We got to abide by their rules, else they silence us, right? And it's only getting worse. I know our Prime Minister was the one that was trying to push more censorship on the internet of the world EF. I've got to be careful what I say. But anyway, Chris Lehto had a good investigation to UFO in Australia. I thought we just answered that one. He did actually do a background check on the guy, and Goofon lost his head over someone doing background checks, but there's nothing wrong with that. Anyone can do a background check. When you buy a rental property, people do a background check. I mean, well, hire a rental, not buy, but also buying as well, I suppose. Criminal records, whether they... you don't want to rely on giving someone an investment that's been done for fraud, right? Same with ufology. If someone's done lots of check fraud and other fraud, does it make their video more credible that they haven't made a fraud UFO sighting to try and make money from it? Yeah, that's that Australian guy that... it's really bad, isn't he? He's more noise in the UFO field now, trying to make money out of it. But the guy, I think, is autistic. Yeah, I don't think they would be able to get his medical records unless he told him that he was. Yeah, so that's like a red flag, right? Show a video, but you don't want to say what your name is or where you're located and all that. Tell you what I would like to see, Paul, the video you do find credible. Well, apart from the ones already on the channel, that's all I've received that I can't debunk. But I haven't got all the information from both of those people, and probably I never will, to make it really solid. Like, I wanted daytime footage of where they're standing and filming. That's what MUFON, and, 18wheels, and FOIA, and all that, and I haven't got any of that. So I don't know investigators do with feet on the ground, right? They go out the person's house and see where they were filming, see if there's anything that could have been a reflection, where they were standing, see the high mast lights in the distance or whatever. So yeah, so the whole video here is talking about this government surveillance net in space, but it doesn't talk about one under the sea, which to me would be more also important. But both should be important, and you have to use different technologies for both. But they're not going to tell you what they've got underwater. But anyway, I'll just finish off that video and then we can have a look at the other stuff.
To accomplish this, Spacewatch aims to capitalize on the enormous volume of low-cost in-situ sensors in LEO and on both commercial and government satellites that can contribute to continuous detection and tracking of nearby objects, identify when an anomaly or unexpected event or movement occurs, and then provide relevant details in a timely fashion to ground-based operators who can then direct appropriate actions. Critical to this process will be the establishment of an as-a-service model to incentivize data collection from non-government-owned sensors that can be processed to form a single operational picture of low Earth orbit activities. The U.S. government, specifically the Department of Defense and the Department of Commerce, continue to make significant investments in addressing the Space Domain Awareness, or SDA, mission.
So he does go a bit on the deep end on this. Basically what he's trying to say is, and the commercial satellites, they'll be buying their sensor data from those owners of those satellites and adding it into their metadata, I guess, a complete data collection, and process it real time. So that means if they're buying the data of commercial satellites, then they probably won't be able to make it public, right? It's a bit like a Bigelow thing, where you offshoot it off to a private company, makes it exempt from FOIA requests, so Blackvault won't even be able to request the data because there'll be like copyright. Copyright ruins everything because there's no fair use. So are they going to make the information public? Probably not if they're buying it. So it's all a bit of a con job, this whole Nimitz in Congress thing. It's really, to me, it comes across as disinformation, so they could make Congress more aware of the airspace problems and to fund more research in it, pass on millions so they can pay Elon Musk to put in these sensors that they have ownership of or whatever, or make a monthly deal where he makes money from it. So let's just skim on a wee bit. So the answer we haven't got to yet is, can we use it for UFO detection? Well, not if we ain't. The government can, but they won't tell us about it. That's basically what it boils down to.
The people that sit at their desks and say, okay, that moved in a very weird way. What is it, and what are we going to do with it? Now, during this program, the Spacewatch government team is going to be working with the commercial operators to design upgrades and modifications to existing sensors, such as star trackers that collect data on the light side of their orbit, and also develop alternative sensors, such as long-wave infrared, to serve as hosted payloads on commercial satellites that can collect data on the dark sides of their orbit. One of the more interesting aspects of this is that the government has stated quite plainly that they are interested in what the current and future satellites can see, where and when they can see it, and how well they can see it. The program metrics for Spacewatch were exactly that, as defined as 3 primary issues. 1, what can satellites see and how well can they see it? Number 2, when, where, and how often can they see it? And number 3, how... Which
is kind of amazing how many satellites are up there. You think that would be like a meteorite that would come into the Earth's atmosphere, take out a few satellites every month, you know, and spread debris everywhere and shower it down. Doesn't seem to happen. It just shows, even though there's a lot out there, there's big gaps in between. But you think eventually there's going to be enough out there where they're going to get hit by something, unless they have. This is why they're going to have sensors on satellites, so they can sort of burn the motors and move it slightly out the way, let the meteorite go plummeting down into the atmosphere, I guess. Early detection.
How quickly can a satellite operating company get that information to someone who can actually do something with it? Now, you might be wondering, how exactly can Spacewatch help monitor UFO and UAP activity? Well, the key lies in its ability to overcome the limitations of ground-based sensors, such as the Space Surveillance Network. By moving observations from the ground to constellations of satellite throughout low Earth orbit, Spacewatch can provide a much more comprehensive picture of the sky, making it easier to detect UFOs and UAPs. But will this provide any sort of public information? Sadly, the answer is quite likely no. So let's address this crucial point about the involvement of civilian organizations in Spacewatch. We've heard a lot about organizations in the government being more transparent when it comes to UFOs and UAPs.
That's laughable.
And with the amount of information and talking points, one would think that this is actually happening. But in regards to Spacewatch, if these civilian organizations collect data on UFOs or UAPs, won't they be required to disclose it? No. The answer is no. Civilian organizations are exempt from the Freedom of Information Act.
So we already know this. I already just said that. But yeah, I'll post a link to it and you can watch without me skimming through it. Copy. Spacewatch. I thought it was quite interesting though. He did put it all together there, but it's very technical. He probably could sum it all up in about 5 minutes, couldn't he? Or less, probably. Anything to do with DARPA is always a bit suspect to me. Could they be behind the Tic Tacs? You know, I've always said that from the beginning. They said, Lou was saying, no, we've asked all the government departments, none of them have said it's them. Well, did they ask DARPA? And even if you did ask DARPA, are they going to tell you if it's still classified? No, they're not. But then again, we find out Lou didn't actually run anything. He just ran a hobby group that was part-time. The whole yeah, I can't understand why he's got like 100,000 followers worldwide. Haven't they not heard the truth? Clearly not, because they don't watch me. Don't watch other people. So yeah, have we got a link to that video in question? We could have a quick look at it now, I suppose, and then I'll get on to the other bits I've got here. No freedom of information, no, if it's outside the government's reach. And that's always been the problem with Bigelow, right, and all those other space contractors. Elon doesn't have to tell you anything. How about NASA? Can you search on NASA? I don't think you can even, can you? Not too sure on that one, but yeah, it's still secrets. The thing is, Chinese are going to have the same type of secrets. They're going to be in space. In fact, they're probably going to beat America onto other planets, probably. Who knows? They were building like crazy out in the desert. Was it the Gobi Desert? All their crazy buildings, and runways and this underground antenna array that can go into deep space. I've sort of covered it in the past. Lehto. I don't know if you can look him up. Lehto, Australia. Let's see what comes up. Google's going to suppress it. What we got here? Doesn't look very hopeful, does it? Let's see. UFOs. UFO. Not too many searches. There we go. Probably have to look up on Twitter, isn't it? Twin UFOs tear open Australian sky 2022. Let's have a look at that one. Is that the one that's a plane contrail? I think it is, isn't it? Yeah. History Channel. So we can't even play it. Proof is out there. Okay. Can't play anything on History Channel because of they don't honour fair use. UFO podcast. What's that? Chris Bledsoe. Well, forget that guy. He's a fraud. We've debunked him so many times now. You know, the images that he puts up and stuff. And I always remember that story about the dog that suddenly has a blood burst out of its neck. Now, that just happened to Robert. We were meant to have Robert on tomorrow, but he's pushed it to next weekend. His dog got into a fight and it got like a blister that popped and had blood everywhere in the house. And he had to put a bandage, had to clean it up and put compression on it to stop it. Blood coming out. But anyway, Lehto talked about that when he was being interviewed by, what is that guy's name? Grant Cameron. Saying he had magic healing powers to seal up the dog's neck and make it go away. Well, anyone does that. Anyone that puts their hand on a bleeding wound will cause it to stop bleeding. Chris Lehto goes over the newest Ukraine study, but have they got the other one? Reddit post there. So it looks like we're going to have to go onto Twitter to find it, I think. Yeah, what was his... I haven't got his website. YouTube channel linked. Right, you found it. This one. Oh. I gotta watch that. Yeah, that screwed up my thing here. I'm gonna have to copy it rather than click it. I've lost it now. Yeah. Why is it not selecting it? Okay, here we go. There we go. Right, okay. You reckon it's this one? Let's bring it up and let's have a look. Chris Lehto. Yeah, that looks like it could be the one.
What's up, guys? Welcome to...
What's up, guys? He's copying Tyler. Oh, no. So these guys are no video analysis experts, that's for sure. So where does it start? He's got chapters. Let's have a look. I want to skip the intro. Flashlight discussion. Well, looks like he hasn't got a bookmark. Straight to it.
To the channel, Chris Lehto.
Yeah, that's terrible bookmarks, mate. Yeah, I suppose this is it, is it? Let's have a look. What's that say there? According to the witness, metadata filmed in... Can't quite read that word. Oh, right, the type of phone. December 22. Witness was camping in Queensland outback. I wouldn't want to camp anywhere in Queensland. There's so many deadly creatures out there. Snakes and spiders. It's bad enough being in a nice apartment. You get the damn cockroaches about 2 inches big. Okay, so what's that noise straight away? That sounds like a drone, doesn't it? Drone with a red LED light, is it? What is that noise? That sounds like blades to me.
Oh, fuck.
Oh no, swearing. Damn Aussies. That sounds like a drone, doesn't it?
Fuck, it's gone.
Duh. Bit suspect, isn't it? Ross and death analysis, is it? He wouldn't know what he was doing, that guy.
As far as I can tell, at least.
I don't know, he's put some music, copyright music on it, probably. Let's just mute that. Yeah, I want to know what that noise was. Sounded like a drone to me. What do you think from that one? Yeah, terrible video, isn't it? And also, you should do a daytime shot where you're standing, and because like there's no reference points in this whole video. Have we got the subs on? As far as I can tell, at least the story checks out. See what colors we got. We got red, we got blue, and green. Typical LED colors, right? It's just circling through them. But it could be a kite. But what was the noise, you know? I almost see that there was like a shape happening here. So you'd have to run that through some filters, probably. Okay, what's this idiot saying? They reckon it's a flashlight. That means it's gonna have to have another person doing that then. So this is why you need a daytime footage so you can overlay it and see where the mountains or trees are. It looks like there might be something in the background there. This is way wrong. No, you won't be using color bulbs like that. Be simple LED. It's amazing how the analysis goes in the wrong direction. That's why you need to be a pattern matching and video analysis dude, so you can then go in the right direction. They're like energy saving light bulbs. They are old technology now. What if he's got music?
For. And you'll notice
He's got music. So that's what these people do. They put this little copyright music in the background so you can't use their video. It's really bad practice in ufology. So yeah, I don't know if I could be bothered listening to that garbage, or even reading it. Super bright white light as we see here. What the hell are they on about, these guys? They have no clue. They have no clue what they're on about. That's hilarious. He's talking about the sensors, how it represents colours. That's nothing to do with the damn video. That's stupid. So this is why they need to go out to where he was and actually film that location. Just like MUFON Investigator does. You can't do it from the other side of the world. Okay, I suppose it's still got music.
And as it started changing colours, it sort of freaked me out because it was coming lower as it was changing colours, and I was just amazed at what I was seeing.
You know, it still could be a kite. It could be an RC kite that has a motor on it, and they can just hover it up in the sky there. There wouldn't be too much wind out where he was in the outback.
Let me
You can hear it. Sounds like an RC motor. Have they explained that at all?
stop you there. I will go through it just a little bit slower. So you were up there with you were traveling with a friend that wishes to remain anonymous, but so she was there as well.
So why is he not asking what's that noise in the background? Did I miss it?
And you happen to be outside, and this is the start of the video, right? So thank you so much. You shared it on YouTube, at least unlisted at this point. Most people don't have the wherewithal to start videoing, you know? Normally, they're...
Hey, aren't the motors slowing down there? See, the picture's changing.
The stories are all, okay, I didn't even think to pull out my phone seeing this.
See, it looks like there's some sort of shape happening here. See, it's not the same as Gabber's, right? And it's formed in portrait. Drongo mode is what I call that. Someone that watches Secureteam. Where should we go with this one? Live debunk. Fun. Drones. Leads. Well, ones with leads. I suppose you could put any sort of lead thing on there, really. Lead lighting. So I don't think it's one of these. Because it looks like it's got a... Does look like it's got a cage around it. Could be a kite still. Circular pattern. See how it's sort of reflecting the lights here. I think we need to run some filters on it, but let's have a look at the drones. Don't think it's a military one, although the outback would be a proper place for them to do tests. I don't think it's this one with the things going around. Yeah, I don't think it's any of those so far. Could be something like this one here. Octagon. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, is it? It's got a strange side, this side. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. 7 sides? So that one could be, because that might be what we're seeing in the video. It looks like some sort of framework with the LEDs in the middle. But then again, you can't rule out kite. There's that one again. Kind of a strange one. That must be the angle. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Must be hexagon. Now, what's this one here? What's that say? DJI. I think they're the most common one that people buy, right? You can program it to hover and come down and probably change lights as well. It's very interesting design, that one. Keep on going. I think it's going to pretty much show pretty much the same ones. Now they're working on these ones that can do deliveries now. They're going to be fairly big. And they're using special blades, so they're pretty silent as well, which is kind of interesting. They're not standard blades, they're like 2 blades, and it's like a boomerang. You know, boomerang is pretty silent when you throw it through the air and it kills the animal. Aboriginals designed it, or I don't know. Maybe someone threw a stick one day and thought, what if we make it skinny, like a stone, like skips on water, get further distance, you know? Probably that's how it got invented, right? There's some here look like TR3Bs. Look at this one here. What you should know about the drones, Russia. Yeah, it looks like it's got a propeller on the back there. But I don't think that one hovers. Oh, what's happened? I accidentally clicked something. So, yeah. Let's go drone sphere. And yeah, these are some of the new experimental ones they're working on that can go into water as well. And DARPA probably is working on something similar to this. Can roll around on the ground, go see underwater, and it can hover around. So it looks like it's in some sort of cage like this. But I think you can get commercial ones now. You can see there's a whole selection here that you can get. What's that say there? Wouldn't take too much to put a bright LED on that little bit in the middle. So it could be something like that, right? Here's some other ones. Look at all the LEDs on that. What colours have we got here? Red, green, blue. Exactly what's in the video. And looks like it's a handheld one. But what kind of remote control is it? Tom Sohn, A32 Flying Bull. Review. Okay, let's have a look at that one. Yeah, that sort of fits, doesn't it? And of course, if you can program those bands of lights to turn off apart from one, it would look like it was coming down. Just hover it in the same place, but move the lights. So that would fit it, wouldn't it, in that video? Let's just play a clip on the review here. Who's putting it out? Not AliExpress. Tommy Drone Tech. This is just okay, is that the same noise that we're hearing in the video? Haha. It does sound the same, doesn't it? Let's go back to the beginning here.
seen as soon as I put it on online, initially what I thought as well is it's a flashlight, right? Obviously a flashlight or some sort of laser.
Flashlight, totally wrong. Go back to flying jets, mate. It's not a flashlight. No way. Unless they put one on a drone, but I think we're closer to the truth here already in 5 minutes.
He wants to be anonymous, right? And I can understand that. I mean, look at Bob Lazar. Even if
yeah, where's the damn video with all the sound? Sounds like blades in the air to me. He's probably going to make an excuse though. It's aircon in the car or something probably. But that's what frauds do, right? So if that sound that we just heard was far away, would it sound different?
Hey everyone, Tom and Jordan here. This.
God, I wanted to get the beginning again.
Hey everyone, Tom and Jordan here.
Yeah, we don't hear it enough. Let's just move it on. Looks small, doesn't it? Like it fits in a hand. But how'd you control it?
Once you put your finger in there, perhaps. But yeah.
He's not very good filming.
Here's our cord to charge it.
So how do they control it? Looks a wee bit on the small side from my liking.
Like this. And he throws it back.
Let's look at this changing colours here though, doesn't it?
Thompson A32 flying ball drone.
It's got a higher frequency to what's in the video though. Looks like we've got a USB problem. Craziness happening on this computer.
Oh, that's neat.
You can see how bright it is there. I don't think it's bright enough compared to the other video.
So now I've got a hat. I guess it can spin. How high can our flying ball go?
That's pretty bright though. Let's have a look at that video game. Does sort of match, doesn't it? Got the same bright blue.
Here we go, ready? We're gonna find out. Here we're gonna go up. And
okay, we got the blue.
And that's about it. That's about the height it has.
Green, it's got there now. But it looks like you've got no control of it. Does it sort of fly away and then come back from where it left?
So it maintains a steady height, so it's not gonna go away from you.
So I think it's going to be something really close to that one. I don't think we've nailed it. But it just shows that it's got the right brightness. If it could stay closer. Anyway, just a wee bit on the small side. Here's another one here. Could also fit it. Hand operated drones for kids. Using infrared heat. Well, that wouldn't work too well in Australia outback, I don't think. But what's this one up here? Sci-fi ball drone. So there's so many possibilities, isn't there? But I think certainly we're closer to it than a torch. Is that the same one? That one. Spherical drone display. Digital content expo. Well, that one looks nice and bright and big. 2017. Let's have a quick look at that one. It's got a blinking red light. Okay, that one's got a higher frequency sound too.
Oh fuck.
That one's a it does sound a wee bit like an aircon. Mind you, that one's not too bad. Sounds very similar. If you put it outside, right? And lots, they can display anything on the thing, like numbers and stuff. Well, that's pretty clever, isn't it? So that means you can program it to do anything. Oh, look how bright that is. Blue. Can we do different colours? Obviously you could. Oh, that's pretty amazing. That one, that's years old now. So yeah, there's a lot of possibilities here. Torch, no. So yeah, what do you reckon, guys? Could be also, we can't discount it being a lead kite, as you know. If we bring up image of that. So they're my two top picks. Torch would be at the bottom, UFO would be at the bottom. You can see here some lead kite images. They got the big blues and the reds and the greens happening. And they look like circles here. There's green, there's blue. So it's very tricky because we've got no reference points in that video. Not enough light. Yeah, you think if they're on a campsite, they would have one of those high-powered torches that can just aim it at the sky, right, and light it up. You don't just do a 1 minute video clip. There's too many red flags on that video, right? Look how bright these ones are going to be. And of course, some of these ones are like 2 to 4 man in size, right? Yeah, something like that in the sky, but have it all red and just alternating between the 3 different colours. So you can see we can only do so much with it, but maybe we can bring out some details. But where's a good one to take a snap from? I don't think he's given us the source video, has he? That would be too nice of a thing to do. Can't see any links. Now it does a digital zoom here, I think. Here we go. Okay, let's just grab that one. At this rate, we won't go through everything today. Mind you, I started early, but yeah, don't really want to go over 6 hours. Just grab that one. We want to talk about aliens, not UFOs today. Yeah. Let's just minimize that. I'll just bring it up this way. Yep, better keep on the side chat. Alright. Yeah, but it should be in the video as on like a G drive, you know. I did that with some stuff that was allowed to. The problem is we don't want getting into frauds channels. We want only credible people that analyze it, not people after a fast buck, right? Yeah. So if you had a friend there that he could have videoed it on his phone too at the same time, And he could have been filming the guy filming it, right? Adds more credibility to it, right? Silent drone, yep, there's silent drones. I think it's just a matter of modifying the blades that you use on it with these special ones, so like two blades that's sort of in a V shape. And it drops it down to 1/10 level in noise. Mick West says what? What's that? Drone? XXX. What's that? What's that meant to be? For helicopter with strong light. Nah. You would hear the do 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 noise. That other noise sounds like aircon or some blades on a drone to me. Why always go with helicopter out in the outback? It's very unlikely. Anyway. Plus, it would have had a big spotlight on it, shining down onto the ground. Yeah, drone makes more sense. I do whatever I want. Yeah, okay, so let's drop it. Let's have a look. Scale it up. There we go. Now, Gabbers didn't change color. It's always a fixed orange color, I think he said it was. Well, this one's not even orange, so and let's do some black swapping, I suppose. Let's see if anything pops out. Oh, there's the light source there, isn't it? It's a very fine adjustment there. So it's all the saturation taken away. But it's not the original color, of course. Yeah. Just seemed to be a dark bit there around it. Do we see a shape of a kite there at all? Looks like there's some clipping. I think that's the iris shape of the camera lens. Oh. What's that sticking out here? Is that like an arm of a drone? Could be. I think we have to grab some more images. So there's something reflecting more up here. I think it would illuminate if it was a kite. The black canvas, that I would have thought. Yeah, something here at the top here, isn't it? Could that be a shape of a kite even? It's a possibility, isn't it? There. Might not be the shape of the lens. Now I think we have to grab another one. But that's the problem. Really should strip all the images down. Well, there's lens flare here, so I don't think it's been faked with CGI or anything like that. I think it's strictly above them, isn't it? Whatever it is. So you can see there, it looks like the shape of a craft to me, like a drone. Which was what we were looking at before, the one that was shaped like a hexagon, right? Yeah, we need to... Got some movement camera. Maybe you can run it through interactive filters, although it's limited. Of course, you need to get it on the screen at the same time. This plugin's stupid. Where's it disappear to? Damn it. And then as soon as I minimize, alright, it disappears, yeah. Oh no. Stupid people that design these. Yeah, it's going to be a bit hard to do it that way. Because it's covering the image. Should have like drag handles where you can move it, right? Or it should always work out the dimensions and stick it in the corner. Bad program, really. How am I can get around that? And then it disappears here. Now what's that one? So can I get around it? Where's it gone? Why can't I see it? Color filters there. Okay, we got it now. Still a bit over the image though. That one might work. I need to see the whole image though.
Oh, fuck.
Indeed. Yeah, probably should mute him. Yeah. Smacked around with the whole thing. Maybe do it better that way. Smaller though. Just play that for the time being. Alright. So these here, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. It's got to be going to the edge of the iris, right? So it's going to form a hexagon. And at the points is where you get the streaks. So it looks like it's like it got a shape to it, but yeah, I think we got camera artifacts not helping us. That lens flare there. What's that happening there? That was kind of interesting, wasn't it? What to do step by step. Yeah, great filming, mate. That's why you don't do portrait. It's one eye mode and it's very hard to keep it in frame. Okay, is that gone already? Yep. Let's have a look again. Okay. This filter's sort of helping us, isn't it? So why has it got that edge on it though? So it looks like it's got a frame going around here and a frame, what we thought was something above it. It's part of the frame going around the circle, I think. Which kind of looks like a cage around a drone, doesn't it? I'll just step it. Does it look like it's a cage? See how it sort of moves together. It's not light. But the smears is from the iris. You see it wasn't a perfect circular shape there. As soon as he zooms out or moves, it gets more that hexagon shape of the iris of the lens. There we go. Now what's happening? Looks like we got another edge of the wire frame coming in now, doesn't it? Looks like a wire frame, then a wire frame inside here, and then part of the wire frame there. But I guess the light's blinding the rest of it. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. There's a little black bit up in the corner there, which again looks like it's going around in a framework, doesn't it? Now he's zooming in again. Digital zoom, I think. Can you see a framework there? I think there's a faintness to it. We know there was one there. Looks like there is certain spaces where it looks like something's going around, right? Yeah, it looks like one of those sphere drones of some sort. Look at that. That looks definitely like a cage. And there's another one coming in this way. Right, that's 3. And then we know there's one here somewhere that we can't see at the moment. That's 4. That's a drone. Has to be. And you ain't going to see the blades because they're spinning very fast. Oh look. So is that Aris or is that just part of the framework? 2, looks like more. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, looks like a faint line there. 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11. It looks like a framework going around this way. That image there alone looks like a cage around a fan. So could it actually be a regular fan with LED lights on the blade? Remember that Russian one I looked at, and he was aiming at a reflection at the window and he was filming the reflection, and Third Phase was saying it was in the sky when it was like a fan with LED blades on it. So maybe it's so pitch black it could be staged, right? LED desktop fan. And that would explain the noise we're hearing, which sounds like an aircon. The fan will have a slightly different noise to it because it would be I reckon it could be a desktop fan, guys. So there's another one on the list. Look. See how those lines are constant? They do. There's a lot more there than 6, which would be the iris. Look, it looks like a cage. Yeah, let's just keep on going, see what happens. I think we've probably spent enough on this one. Out of focus. Now look at that. Nice circular shape happening there. He zoomed right into it. Looks like frame. Definitely a frame, frame, frame. And those thin ones looks like they're going out like a spoke of a bike. Now if that was aperture flares, can't keep it steady. See, now it's got this funny shape happening. But again, we start to see, looks like framework, right? It's not constant throughout the whole image, but overall, if you join it all together, see, it looks like a bunch of balloons in the middle there now. But could that be the blades of a fan? A desktop fan spinning around? I think it might be, you know. But why does it show up there? Because he's changing the focus. And movement all the time. Alright, so desktop fan, and it's just wobbling the phone around. Sounds like a fan, doesn't it?
Fuck, it's gone.
And why would it go? Is because it's probably got a remote control for it where they can turn the lights off or the fan off itself. Desktop fans, let's have a look. Who would have thought it could be a desktop fan? Me. Alright. Desktop. Just put it out. But poly battery operated too. Desktop fan LEDs battery. Okay, let's do that. Because in the desert you'd want a fan, wouldn't you, to keep cool inside the tent or whatever. Battery. Let's see what we got. We got lots of stuff here. So outdoor desk fan, here you go. But it looked like a really fine mesh on it. See, there's the blades, little blobby ones going around on that one. There's so many designs here. So we want one that's got something similar to this one here, where we can see that it had 2 or 3 going around the outside and then one in the middle, and then we saw these little lines radiate out. It's a desktop fan. It's very close to this one here. But yeah, which one is it? Who knows? Torch? No. Lehto. Leave it to the experts, Lehto. Okay, so none of those sort of match the pattern we were seeing, but here's another one that's close. Mini USB rechargeable. There we go. If it's black, it would blend into the background. But I think there wouldn't be any mass underneath that, so I don't think it's that one. But it's close. Getting closer. I don't think it's any of these ones where it's bending around because it had to radiate in straight lines. This one's here. It's another close one. Yeah, I think we nailed it. As a hoax done with a rechargeable fan, like something like this one here. You probably can even make it go really high up here from the base. By the looks of it, it's pulling it upwards. And it's got the line inside. And it's black. And it's got the one on the outside here. And then we got the outside one. It matches up. That one matches up. And that one's really, really close. I wonder if we can get a video of it and see if it's got the same similar noise. If it's far away from you and you're zooming in, page doesn't exist now. But yes, I think that's the closest one so far. But we want one that shows lights at night time. Desktop fan, lights, battery. I suppose you could rig up any lights in it though. It wouldn't take too much. You can actually just buy the LED strips that run off a watch battery and just, let's see, remote control. You probably could modify it quite easily. Remote controlled LEDs RGB, something like that. You can change the color. And you got these strip lights that can change the colors. It'd be good to get bits and pieces and replicate it, right? And then you can say, well, that's identical to that video. So what's this one here? Strip lights again. That would be perfect, wouldn't it? To stick them on. Let's see. Remote controlled LEDs, RGB, stick on. You name it, China makes it. And what's we got here? Stick. How's that work? Little sticks. Does it stick on though? Yeah, probably have to do a lot more reading. Strip lights. I might need to go to the toilet, guys. Damn it. Okay. Might have to have a little break. But yeah, I think you probably get stick on. Stick on LEDs. Let's try that. Is that stick on? Strip lights. Stick on lights. Here we go. Remote control. Change any color you want to. And battery powered puck LED. Stick that in the middle of the light. I think I could fake that just by using the fan. So this one's a fan. So Paul has solved it. Where's the thing disappear to? So what did they say it was? I don't really want to listen to their yap about a torch. Sounds like torch is what they're going with. Totally wrong, of course. Anyway, we're done with them. And we got Blackvault here. So we got a wee bit more to go through here, guys. Just gonna pop off for a minute. Where's my thing gone? We tried this one last time. It didn't work too well. Intermission. Not seeing it. Anyway, I'll come back in a minute. I think it'll pop up. Yeah, it did pop up. Not sure why it's got a time delay lag since I've updated. But yeah. Now I have to turn it off. Halt. Gone. Good. So yeah. Audio working alright. Just getting reset up here. 1, 2, 3. I think the volume's a wee bit low. I know they did muck around with some driver updates. Hey Jasper, how's it going? Desktop fan. Someone on comments at what's this was saying there is a triple laser set. Yeah, I think they were saying they don't think it's a laser. I think it's LED lights. It's typical, the brightness and the color range there of being LEDs. Most of the torches now are LED bright white ones, right? And the batteries last forever in them. Yeah, so the list was lead kite, lead in a drone sphere. But yeah, the sounds weren't quite the right. That was because when you think about it, a desktop fan would have bigger blades in it, which we looked like it had because we saw what looked like 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 blades. Was it? It's five smaller blades that make less noise, or it could have been like a double echo image because it's spinning so fast and the camera was reflecting the light off those blades a wee bit, so we saw what looked like 5 blades when it could be actually 3. But yeah, let's see, did I miss anything? It's very easy to fake, yeah. But I bet that I'm the only one that would come up with a desktop fan for that one, and a portable fan. Put on a table, or on a rock or something. That's why we need like a daytime footage. We better, and we also needed them to pan down and around. But the thing is, you could hang it off a tree, right? And you could be standing right next to a tree, and it's hanging down from a branch. Even if it's running off USB, ion batteries, you could do that, and that would look like it's up in the sky as well. It'd be so easy to fake. So yeah, new released document reveals index of UFO cases of Arrow. Pentagon's Arrow. Is that how you say that? So just play a wee bit of clip on this.
Much. Some of you will be let down, but there's actually some important aspects of this story that I wanted to bring to you guys. Now, for those who watch the Blackvault.com,
hang on, I just want to close that down because it messes us up. Now we got 5 people watching now.
You'll know that I did publish a written article about this. I'm sorry I'm a little behind doing video updates, but for some of you, you may not have seen that article, so this is new to you. Let me go ahead and bring up the screen here, show you what I published. This is the article on the Blackvault.com. If you haven't seen it, go check it out. Just go to the Blackvault.com, or if you're watching on YouTube, check the description below. I'll link directly to it. Newly released document reveals index of UFO cases at the Pentagon's Arrow. That is the All-Domain Anomaly Resolution Office, or Arrow. That is their fancy name for the UFO Investigation Office. Now, obviously, it's changing and all that, but when I filed this, Arrow was the name. and I'm sure it'll change probably 67 more times through the end of this year, all making it more difficult to follow and track all these acronyms. But regardless, this was...
I think he needs to search on MUAP. Remember that Chat GPT come up with that one? Mysterious, unknown, anonymous, or whatever it was. See, that's another thing is I found out is that NASA are calling it anomalous phenomenon, and everybody else is saying aerial phenomenon. So already there's confusion what UAP stands for. It's the same thing, but it has two different meanings, right? And it's NASA had to change it for some reason. Maybe because they didn't think it would be like flying, especially if it's closer to the edge of space, right? So it'd be floating. I don't know. It's all this name changing is to confuse us, I think, and to hide things, as John is saying here.
Was a document that I went after to essentially get a listing of cases that were tagged unidentified aerial phenomena. To my surprise, they actually released something to me. But again, some of you may be let down because to some of you this isn't useful, but there's still important aspects to it. A real quick refresher, there were 510 UAP reports as of 30 August 2022. That was per the newest UAP report that was published. The 2022 report came out in 2023, but whatever, that won't add confusion, I'm sure. So only 510. The list that they released to me, and here it is in all its glory, just a bunch of numbers. There's 511 of them, and the cutoff date for data is December 6, 2022. Now, why do I want to point that out? Because they only added one case from 30 August 2022 to, again, December of the same year that was worthy of the tag of unidentified aerial phenomena. Not sure if that's encouraging, not sure if that's discouraging.
So what's that? One case in 6 months. That wouldn't be very good for a YouTube channel. One case every 6 months. So that means Tyler would have to make one video, 2 videos a year.
I'll let you guys decide that one. But it's interesting nonetheless to see that there are additional cases being added to their database, and it is growing. So they're still looking into it. And what's also, I don't know, maybe...
But the problem is we can't actually see the videos like we can on MUFON. We can't see the photographs and the eyewitness description because they're just a list of numbers, right?
Maybe I'll try and be an optimist here. What's also encouraging about it is they're not just adding a bunch of stuff in there saying, hey, look, we're actually doing
this is
something.
where it's all wrong. If they put it out to the public, it'd get, a bit like that desktop fan one we just did. Not everybody's equal in their analysis and pattern matching mind, I guess. Everybody's brain is unique. They reckon everybody's replaceable, but really, are they? Some people are better at some things than others, right? Yeah, and it's something you have to learn over years, I've been doing it 8 years, looking at UFO stuff seriously, rather than taking it as a passing topic like most people were back before the internet really took off. We took our stuff from books and TV, and a lot of stuff they put on TV is repeated cases that have been debunked anyway. There's just been another documentary, 5-part documentary series put out that's got Lou and Leslie Kean on it, and she's on there blabbing that her best friend is Dr. Greer. Since the Disclosure Project, and they're always talking to each other every day or every week or whatever. And I thought, well, yeah, there's your problem straight away. And then she's friends with Lou as well, as you know. So, yeah, she was saying that the Puerto Rico one, which I looked at and debunked it on a live debunk, In fact, I knew that Mick West had debunked it, and I was trying to prove him wrong on it, and in the end I ended up proving him correct on it, that his analysis and identification of what it was actually is what I matched it to, so which was 2 fire balloons stuck together for my wedding party. And that's why as it spins and breaks apart, it's not actually 2 UFOs that are breaking apart, but it's actually the fire balloons finally breaking apart. And because they're fairly large balloons, and when they turn sideways they have less of a thermal image, especially on a calibration of the background of the sea temperature as it flies over the sea, so they look like they go into the water but actually blend in with the water. But then you still got all these talking heads on these TV programs saying it's a UFO and all this sort of nonsense. I just don't understand these people that are meant to be, scientists or researchers for MUFON or whatever, getting it so wrong.
Something. Rather, I'm hoping that there's a very intricate process for them to analyze it, brush over the case, and see if it's essentially worthy enough to go into the database for storing.
Yeah, so he's dragging this one out a bit.
11 cases. In number 1, 511 different requests. They would do what's called aggregating that request into one, and likely.
So I don't think we're going to hear any more on that, but I'll post a link to it. Move on to the next thing. Blackvault. That's what I find with John. I find his stuff on FOIA a wee bit dry, I suppose would be the word. People say I'm dry, but at least I'm doing visual stuff all the time, rather than just talking about a list of numbers on the screen. There's not much you can do with it. I don't think there's any more he adds to it. Just talking about it, right? There we go. Be good to see some images or something. Okay, so the other thing come up was this guy from MUFON TV. I got an email last night and I thought I might just talk about that again. Ron James. Maybe I have to put in MUFON. It's probably going to be a few Rons. MUFON TV. All things UFO. As you can see, he knocks out a few documentaries. Now, I'm not too sure why he's working. MUFON Insider, right? Don't look up. We looked at those ones. It doesn't say too much there about him on that. What else we got? Known for the search for the crystal skulls. And there's a red flag straight away, right? So, is that the MUFON guy? I think that's him, isn't it? Anyway, he with what's her name? Chase from MUFON reached out to Secureteam years ago to see if they could team up, maybe, or work together to put out better information on his YouTube channel. I'm not sure how it was going to work, but Tyler was ego boosted, saying that MUFON wanted to use him. Well, turns out they also approached Third Phase a couple of years after. They didn't learn the lesson because they got told off for featuring Secureteam on their MUFON TV. So they're meant to be changing to be better. But I couldn't find the chat with Blake Cousins, but Goof on here talks about it. So I'll just play a clip from here and maybe have to skim some of it.
So here it is. Your
Okay, so where does it start? It must be there.
UFO UAP expert. MUFON TV's Ron James. Get him on. Hi, I'm Ron James. I'm a fresh, credible.
So we can't read it. It's not high quality. So now they're approaching third phase of the moon, which no one should do if they want to keep their reputation and credible researcher in the field, right? Tyler is bad, but he's not as bad as third phase, where they were obvious CGI fakes that they're using, and they still do. As you know, 6 months ago they were using Section 51, which they cropped out the logo. And they can deny that and say they've received that from someone else, but it wouldn't take too much 5 minutes, image background searching to pin it. Even just look on UFO interest, because he did exactly that.
Him on. Hi, I'm Ron James. I'm a fresh, credible voice in our field. I have information your audience wants to hear. I've been a producer.
This is like a graphic that he sent out to third phase and other people, I guess, to try and get them to promote him and his documentaries.
In the UFO field for over 20 years. As a filmmaker, I've won 4 EBE awards. I produced the Citizen Hearing on Disclosure.
So, reaching out to third phase, you should know better, mate. And why is MUFON still horroring this guy and promoting him? Because he's made a new movie, documentary out called Something Truth. What was it now? Forgotten it already, because I know it's going to be a load of garbage.
With Steve Bassett. I produced.
Let's see, Inconvenient Truth or something like that. Let's see. Ron James. Truth. Movie. It's a good way to make money, isn't it? Accidental Truth. Okay, there we go. UFO Revelations 2023. So that's being promoted by MUFON, because I got it in an email last night. Is that the CEO of MUFON there on the beginning? The truth can no longer be contained by those duty-bound to hide it officials who interact with the public regarding the UFO question openly and knowledge. So he wanted to go on third phase to promote another documentary, and probably would have wanted to do it on this one. Is that the MUFON head? I don't know. Who's that? I don't know who that is. Anyway, who we got on it? Mike Barra, red flag straight away. John's okay, I think. Who else we got? Although they're just still talking heads with no evidence. How do I scroll this? Oh, right there. Who else we got? Oh no, Richard Dolan, another red flag. Oh, Jimmy Church, that's like a quadruple times 1,000 times red flag. Lou Elizondo, there's another red flag. James Fox, another red flag. Talking Heads, Katie. There's another one, obviously on there for ratings. What's his name? Michu K2 or whatever his name is. He's a string theory guy. It's all theory. He does know some science though, I'll give him that. But yeah, he's a bit of a bullshit artist as well. Has no clue what he's looking at on UFO videos, that's for sure, like most of these guys. They're not skilled in it. Ron James himself. Nick Pope. 10,000 times red flag there. Matthew, don't know who that guy is. Gary Nolan, there's another red flag. Wonder they haven't got that Australian newsreader guy. What's his name again? Well, there you go. I wouldn't want to watch that. There's no one there. If they had like Mick West on there, it may bring up the quality of the thing. Or if it had Earl Grey on there from MUFON on there. No one credible there, from what I see. Alexander. Yeah, I'm not too sure on him. But yeah, I think he might be okay. He might be the only one there. Blumenthal, he's okay, isn't he? Tim Butchett, whatever his name is, Butchart. He's not good. Yeah, I want to skip that one, but I'll probably get it just to review it, right? Anyway, just go back onto this Ron James sucking up to Blake Cousins.
Countless hours of ET content. I co-produced films such as Travis, the true story of Travis Walton, Alien Disclosure,
red flag. Yeah, promote the shills.
Marilyn Monroe Declassified, and many more. I am also the host and co-founder of MUFON Television.
Yeah, down the tubes on that one.
An online TV channel featuring archives and original shows. You can see some of my original shows here. I don't know how that guy turned into this guy. Something happened.
Yeah. But even though his always shows are dodgy, okay, they got it. These shows show themselves up. They don't have a truther or a debunker on there. I think the proof is out there. TV show is probably the closest we've got where they sort of have people telling crazy fantasy stories about things in the video about demons and strangeness, and then they have the actual scientists come on and look at it, the video, and analyze it, find errors in it for CGI or fakery. So yeah, it has a wee bit of balance there, but sometimes their conclusion is, I always kind of call this one UFO still, when it's clearly not, you know. So, but they got to do that for ratings, as you know. If we debunk everything that they look at, probably no one's going to watch it from ufology because it got that mindset, right? Oh, he's a debunker. He doesn't believe, which it's not the case, you know.
He comes. You know what? You know what I'm going to do? I'm not going to paraphrase. I actually have.
So you can see Goofon's lost a wee bit of weight. When did he do this one? He's lost. I think he looks worse now. I think that's probably when he should have stopped drinking his juice diets. 2021. He should have stopped then, but he kept on going.
The correspondence. I'm not going to
And of course, now he's got a scruffy beard. I think he looks better without the beard.
show you. But I have it here. So third phase responded, right? Let me pull it up. Oh, they sent it. That was sent to my phone by accident. Okay. So
see, if he had software on his phone, he should be able to put it up on his live stream and actually show you the screen like I do. And I did it with Skywatch, and if you might. He hasn't got a clue what he's doing with technology. But it would have been good to actually see the comments that he got sent from Third Phase private chat.
Right. So, Third Phase of Moon says.
And we got Yaz.
After they read the. Oh, okay, so they say, I'll pass.
The pass. PS. Yeah, what's happening with the Lehto? Hasn't updated. Oh, that's really slow, wasn't it?
Yash donated $5 through Super Chat.
Oh, thank you very much. Yeah, I thought maybe it was broken. I think because this uses Stream Labs website, right? I think they've just got millions of people using it every day. It's just got slower and slower to what when I first joined it. But yeah, at least it still works. That's the main thing. I think StreamYard uses it as well. But anyway, yeah, let's see what Third Phase had to say to this Ron James. Says, I have talked about it in the past before and played a clip before, but I think it needs to be talked about because the guy's still out there knocking out these crappy documentaries.
Thank you. And then Ron James comes back and says, after I was so nice to you at Greer's premiere, LOL.
So he went to Greer's premiere, so that's another red flag. I don't know why MUFON are hiring him. I really don't.
Unsubscribe and keep up the good hoaxing. So Blake says, have a nice day. By the way, I never met you. And Ron James says, I know where I know you from. When Roger Lear died, you guys did a video about him and let me include it in the 5-disc Roger Lear tribute DVD set. He was my friend. It was pretty cool. So after Blake says, I'll pass, thank you, on doing an interview with this guy, the guy says, unsubscribe and keep up the good hoaxing.
That's hilarious. This is correct. You know, this is where MUFON, keeps on defending Third Phase that they've changed. Nonsense, right? So, I suppose we can just watch a wee bit more of it.
Supposed to be somebody who's presenting themselves as 2 decades in the field doing incredible work, professional looking TV interviews, all this stuff, pumping himself up. Basically, it's like you're begging Third Phase or anybody else to have you on their show with this incredible resume of act.
Isn't that what he did himself to get Third Phase to help him? And all those other grifters on the show. Dark Hour, the redhead girl, Apollo, whatever her name is. He calls her Apollo. Polia, isn't it? I don't know. And who else? You got Alex, Alien Girl, all trying to boost up their channels and get subs from Third Phase. But if you look at Third Phase stats, they're dying, man. They are really dying. Social Blade. I don't think they care about their YouTube channel much anymore. I think the time is coming where people are waking up finally. We've got to wake him up against Secureteam if we can get the message out there that he was a hoaxer and still deceptive. So if we go down to their stats, you can see here every so often they get 1,000 subs, and you can see here the views goes negative. That's because they deleted some videos, so it represents it as a drop. You can see it's pretty flat here, but if you look at some of their views, 3,000 yesterday, 4,000 yesterday, 5,000 the day before, 5,000 before that, 6,000. That's out of 802,000 subs. That's it's getting down to where Steve Cambion is doing better, of 8,000 subs, right? 10,000 there. So that's probably some clickbait they put up, was it? 30,000. That's pretty high, but then it all drops off again. So this is why they use clickbait. 2,000, 2,500. That's. So I just wonder how many of those are actually real people, whether they've been bought over the years and it's just like pumped up the subs count. Because the most they ever get is about 30,000 out of that lot. So if we do a calculation, what's 2,000 view 2,600 divided by 2,000. 0.0003. So multiply that by 100 is times 100. Can we actually do it here? Let's see, times 100. What's that? Submit. So it's 0.03%. Not even 0.5%, not even close, of their fans are watching. That's worse than me. Okay, so if we even put in 30,000, what was that, 33? That'll do. Times it by 100, so that makes it 0.4%, not even 0.5%. So if we multiply that to 100 to get it into 1 over 100 or whatever. Oh right, I must have kept on one too few decimal places. Or did I stuff it up? No? Oh, right, I did. Oh, how do I undo? Is there an undo on this? Undo, is it? Oh, I've multiplied it. Yeah, I probably was right. So I made it almost. Let's just do that again. Times 100. One day I might be able to see once they do operation on my eyes. Yeah, I was right. It's not even 0.5%, so I was correct. Okay, so my maths hasn't deteriorated too much. So yeah. So what's going to happen to Goofon if they're going down the tubes? He's going to follow, right? And if you have, oh, I shall lift it up. But I think if you look at his views, they're around about 1,000 or less. So I think he's getting less and less watching him too when he's live.
Accolades. And he calls himself an expert. He's an expert at douche baggery. That is so rude to say that after. So what you're telling me, Ron Jeremy, is that you were going to fake being nice to Third Phase of Moon because they have the largest platform now on YouTube for UFOs. You were going to hide your feelings about how much you dislike Third Phase of Moon so you could get on their platform.
Yeah, but if he did any research, he would know that 800,000 is just clickbait. Really, I'd say probably the actual active users would be like 40,000 maximum, and only 2,000 or 5,000 generally watch a new episode, right? Unless it's clickbait, and then it might go up to 30,000. So why is Google not purging? So they're trying to get to that golden play button like Tyler did. Tyler, as another example, he gets like 200,000 watches, and you got to remember a lot of those people keep coming back to comment, so that ends up being another view, right? So you could half that, so maybe only 100,000 of that 2.06 is it? He's got million viewers is active. The rest of it can be purged, and kind of makes you think that a lot of those are also bought subs and views, right? Although I got no proof of it, I think he did buy some, or someone bought it for him, because he often pays people to help him. And what you do, you normally pay someone a lump sum and say, well, what you can do is join up this here, and say you want to promote this site here, sort of excludes him from his pay accounts. So if he goes to court about it, to get his YouTube channel restored after they delete it from detection, you can say it wasn't him. Mate, frauds are not stupid. and the frauds are always nice people too. He's a very nice guy, but that's part of their grift. MUFON, is he a nice guy? No, but he's trying to be. He's sucking up to his fans at the moment, but he's just a mouthpiece, so he's being paid to be a mouthpiece for Third Phase, to attack their critics, right? But he doesn't have to be a nice guy, because they promote him and send new people his way. But he's not always wrong, is what I said. He's correct on quite a lot of the stuff, but also wrong on a lot of the stuff. But personal attacks is his problem. And he doesn't bring up the clips that he's debunking. Like, he hasn't brought up the chat on the screen to prove the actual chat was real and not made up story. So the MUFON guy could come back and say, well, that's not what I said. Where's the evidence? So this Third Phase, if they're clever enough, kept snapshots of it all. They can prove otherwise. But yeah, this is pretty sloppily done, right? So he should have shown the comments that he's talking about. But anyway, he's not up to my standards. Dr. J, Doc Skinner, what are you talking about? Yeah, he's not related to me, that's for sure. And he's not a doctor either. That was a tag he got from working in the army or Marines or whatever it was. No, it wasn't Marines. Like territorials, as we call it, like a make-believe army, where they practice being troops. Maybe Third Phase hook got demonetized. Well, they did, and they panicked. At one stage, they did get demonetized, but it turned out to be a glitch in Google's new rollout, unfortunately, and they got it back. But Google weren't going to ban them because they make so much money from these guys, right? Anyway, we'll leave it there. Thought I'd just document that again about this Ron guy, who I believe is still working for MUFON. Let's see if we can bring up their page. MUFON. President, talent, producer, writer. Director for MUFON, here you go. Media Relations Director. I wonder if we can bring it up. It's like a CV, isn't it? I think you have to log in. Yeah, it looks different. Yeah, it seems to be proud of that. There you go. It's already posted up the new thing. My new film, which is a load of garbage by looking at the cast. President, talent, producer, writer. They create original web-based series in the following areas. And you know it's going to be all related to aliens. Social issues, no lines. Explorations, bigger questions. E.T. question. Fringe topics. Transcendent realities. That sounds like psychics, is it? So that one there sounds like social media. No lines with Ron James. Probably talking about MUFON attacking people. Bigger questions. So that could be space exploration, I suppose. I don't know. E.T. Space-time bollocks. Daily vibe. Transformative experiences. Alien abductions, I guess. What else we got here? MUFON, Director of Media Relations. Present, it says here. Been there 1 year, 4 months. So why is he even working there since he approached third phase? That should have been game over straight there. Founder. Media Corp. Special projects. Vortex Immersion Media. Part of our love for cutting edge methods of entertainment delivery. Sounds like mind control, doesn't it? JTV continues to be a pioneer in alternative media creation. Well, he's not really well known then, is he, for that? Most of these projects have contained blah blah blah. What have we got here? 3D development. Center of consciousness, creativity. Sounds like a Contact in the Desert nonsense. Anyway, yeah, I don't like the guy just reading that alone. Alright, we got to do that yet. Oh, what happened there? Yeah. Mick West. Where did we go to? I might just do the alien stuff. Let's see. Skinwalker Ranch that was. Alright, okay, onto this one. Smartass. Who's a smartass? Me. I can be sometimes, I suppose. So this alien interview, you might have seen it over the years. And you get Google putting up these stupid labels, which turn out to be totally wrong, like abductions and all that, all the information about it. But yeah, Area 51, the alien interview, 1997. So all the years, guys, it's got almost 2.5 million views there. Not a bad income. Yeah, not me. Yeah, I didn't think you were talking about me. I was just saying that I can be as well. But yeah. Why is it not scrolling up now? Let's just play a part of it here and tell me if you think it's real. And I'll show you all the problems with it, probably. I know what.
Can you describe for us what we're seeing?
Alright, we're looking at the interview suite at S4.
No, it's not Tyler, is it? Mr. Kean.
It's kept dark for the comfort of the aliens. The figure who is just barely visible in the left foreground is the telepath, and behind the camera is a raked seating area for observers. Although in this case, I believe the only other person...
Alright, so we've got to be careful of copyright here. And it's got some damn music on it too. So it's got what to me looks like a silicon puppet here. Does it blink at all? I'll just mute that. The head's moving forward. The eye reflection changes as it does that. Kind of looks like a puppet on a hand puppet, you know. I've seen better on Star Wars 97. No. So I don't know what this is taken from originally. The alien interview 96 it says here. Officers of Rocket Pictures received a phone call from a man named Victor who claims to be in possession of a leaked tape. An alien creature being interviewed. So something's wrong with this timestamp down here straight away. I wonder if we can get it. So it hasn't got... Oh, shame we can't... I think they had an add-on that you can do a control thing, get rid of the thing. I can't remember what it was called now. So you can actually see the full video while it's paused. I suppose what you can do... Yeah, I can't remember what it's called now. Let's see if I got it still installed. See if it jogs a remember. Don't see it in the list. I don't think it's showing me a whole list though. I think it was like Control M or Alt M or something like that and gets rid of that when you add the add-on. Remove YouTube. I don't know if they added it on themselves. Control M, there we go. Let me just see if that works. Don't know if it's universal now or if they have to add on. Probably stuff up though. Control M. It's not doing anything. Try the other control. They seem to skip. Or unmute. Yes, I know it did work. The video is playing. Yeah, the bar is nuisance. It should have an auto hide after 5 seconds, shouldn't it? And then when you hit play again, it comes up again. That's something that Google could improve on. It says here use an extension. hide. I don't think I saw that in the list. So maybe you can put it back in. Let's see, extensions. Maybe I disabled it. Let's find it again. Extensions. Oh, how do we get it up? Can't do it that way. Let's see, hide it's called. Scroll wheel, which don't work. Can't see it there. Fix image. Hide. Yeah, here we go. Got it turned off. I know I did have it. Hopefully you don't have to restart. Yeah. Let's see if it works. Whether it's going to stuff me up even further. Hey, it's gone. Got to remember to turn it back on. Is that a toggle? There you go. Beautiful. Alright, so remember as Gabber sent this to me, he was saying is this real because the Tsar said he worked for the DNI on his badge, which stood for Department of National Intelligence or something like that. Or Navy Intelligence, I think it was. I think someone's used that for the movie. It's a department that doesn't exist, or if it existed, it doesn't exist anymore. Naval Intelligence. Sounds about right, doesn't it? I think maybe that's what Bob was meant to put on this thing. Office of Naval Intelligence, Department of Naval Intelligence. Did it get renamed? Defense careers. Just a slight change, right? Department of Bob Lazar. And just bring it up if we can find it. Images. Oh, here we go. Remember this one? United States Department of Naval Intelligence. D. So wouldn't it actually be USDNI? But anyway, it turns out none of the numbers checked out on it. And it was related to a woman in New York. I think someone said they traced it to the numbers on here, the social security numbers or whatever it is. Proving that Bob photoshopped this. But anyway, so they're saying this here makes this video legit because it's on Bob Lazar's badge. I'd say that makes it more or less likely not to be real. So what are these guys saying? 18wheels, hello. Paul should look at my latest video. We got lots to cover today though. Cool, thanks. Okay, chit-chatting amongst ourselves. I rushed to get that out. I'm doing a part 2 tonight. Did you paste it in Discord room? And you got rain. Yeah, it's been overcast here at night time. It's been hopeless for sky watching. Puppet alien. Yeah, I think it is. And there's a man standing behind him. Is it? Okay. And there's a man here. So what? Look at this here. Of the numbers. What does it look like to you? It's a counter time. But to me, normally we have a date. We have a date, and then we have the recording time. And to me, that looks like it's been edited. From that point onwards here. And they've put some dots here to make that part of the counter. Instead of a slash here, it's all black there. See, that should have a black background, constant background. And yet we can see that it hasn't. You can see there, it's got part of the background image shown through. It looks like a black background to it there, and it's not got one there. See that? The numbers right to the edge. You can see this one's got a line, black line background over those numbers, which means that's been added to the video. And they've changed the date that they made it, probably. 94, probably modified the digits here and the slash to make it look like it's part of the Bob Lazard department 27/27, and made that into a counter here because that 4 won't change for some time. And just keep on watching it. Probably need to go back though. This is where I need the player thing again. To find where it plays. Play. A bit here somewhere, wasn't it? Let's just have a watch again. Probably could even play around with the image and actually get some of his face out here, because we can change the blacks. Might be able to pick out some of his face. Looks like he might have glasses on actually. Looks like he might have a beard, because it looks pretty hairy down here. It's got a beard, I think. Could be false beard and glasses on. Oh, there you go, glasses. What you scared of? They're going to come after you. Where's the video? I want the thing of the counter coming up, because that's the red flag for me is the counter. There we go. So let's just keep an eye on this. That front one, it's definitely got a background of blackness on it there. Ah, right. I think the counter moves, and you shouldn't have a moving counter. There you go, look, it's wobbling. See that? And you can see here where the label's been added. You can see it was moving back and forth here and going behind this label here. Did you see that? I'll go backwards on the step thing. So that proves it's a fake to me. Because that doesn't happen on cameras. That's all you need to look at this video. As soon as you see some error, that's it. It's also a different font. This one here is bolded. There's a different font to this one here. And you can see where it goes in is where this label here has been added onto the video. Very sloppy work. How far back did we have to go back? You can see that's a counter rather than... There you go, it's wobbling. See that? Really sloppy CGI work. Yeah, look. Wobble, wobble, wobble. And that doesn't wobble. Yeah, just keep on playing it. Wobble, wobble. It's been edited. There's someone here, but you can see it looks like it's cut off right here. Where this guy hand is or whatever. I can't believe that people still to this day believe this video is legit. Apparently, I think Gabber said it was Dr. Seller promoting this as legit. So there you go, guys. And yet, makes a lot more money than I do. Truth doesn't sell. That wobbling around a wee bit still there. Then the alien gets a choke. Choking. And it doesn't move the mouth, it's just the head popping up and down like a puppet, right? Now, why would it be moving its head around so like that if it's telepathically communicating with the handler? I'm goof on the alien. Oh, here we go. Oh, I'm joking. I can't think now. Oh, it's slipping off my hand. Quick, help me recover. They should sell lollipops with alien heads on a lollipop stick. That would be pretty cool. You could make up little fake little videos using lollipop alien heads. Lehto, there's a torch. Lehto, pay attention. Yeah, total fake. That's it. That's all I'm going to spend on that. Who thinks that's a legit video? Anybody in the side chat? Or any lurkers? Let's see. That guy's got a lot of views on it, and I bet he's got lots of good comments on it too. Let's have a look. Does anyone post out? I'm surprised he's got comments on. Total fake. Video clear. CGI with the DN label with counter. See it wobble. I believe first part is date. Probably 94. And replaced with DNI dash 27. Then time counter before colon added. This is the stuff I miss seeing on YouTube. He's right about the government being more concerned with control than the betterment of mankind. A few details explain on how the tape was obtained is a compelling story. I hope to God it's fake, because it's not. If it's not, I'm ashamed of mankind. Man, this takes me back. This is so sad. I feel so bad for this being. Puppet. The fact the people still think. See, the alien autopsy was better than this. That's around about the same time, wasn't it? The fact that people still think we are alone. One thing I like about this guy is that he doesn't try to answer things he isn't sure on. It'll be scripted, that's why. I can't help but to feel compassion. My first time seeing an UFO. The man is absolutely brilliant. The fact the guy is not answering even simple questions about the relationship to Area 51 is very convincing. It's 3 AM and I'm watching a 90s documentary about aliens. Okay, so have we got anyone that's calling it out though? Probably all the other negative ones got deleted, right? 2 years ago. There's mine. Hey, that's a good. Well, this guy got 2.5 million views. Depends how many ads he had in it, because we got ad blocker on. But times it by 4, he probably made at least $10,000 of it, right? Unless he got copyright claim. Then he made nothing of it. Which I don't think he would leave the video up. Because that's what UFO man would do. He would use a clip and then get a copyright claim and then he'd delete it. Probably hours after or next day. Yeah, not seeing. Fake. Anyway. I don't want to promote it, so I won't post it down the side. So we're done with that one. Satan's a copy of a copy and they're trying to hide something. So did you post your thing in Discord? I suppose before we go on to the alien interview, could have a quick look at your video if it's available. Let's have a look. You stuck it in UFO General instead of your room. You meant to click on the hashtag at the top to open up your room. Paste it into there. Alright. So what's amazing about this one? Suppose we've got permission to play it. Because he said down the side, but have we got sound? I'll just give him... Oh, lots of music in it. You can run, but you can't hide. What's that? Is that an ad? Let's go full screen. Okay, I can see a little star or something there. Stars. We're filming through here. Edge of the house, is it? Dots in the sky so far. Yeah, there's your house. That boards. I didn't see anything. What's this coming up? Is that the end credits already? Looking at this, sorry. You got no red circles. You need to play around in the editor. Yeah, I'm not sure what I'm meant to be seeing. Anyway, I'll read it. Where does it start? You're not talking on it. Why aren't you saying the F word? Oh my god! What is it? It's aliens! You should really describe what you're seeing, or what you think you're seeing. What's that noise? You're having a shave at the same time. Maximum zoom or something? I don't know. Yeah, I'm not sure what's what we're meant to be seeing these sightings. There is a third. There are 3 in the video. I will make a new video pointing, clicking at them. Dots. Not really interesting to most people, I don't think. Let's see. Could try invest in it. Subtraction. Is that better? Ooh, a strange effect. But you can see the dots, or lots of dots. Okay, it's what's the dots? Is that dead pixels you got there? Look like it. Oh, now I see it. Something flying in the top edge there. Oh, right, does that change directions again? Coming back. Probably have to play around with that filter a wee bit. This there, is it? Is it birds? Formation count. There's the top of the trees. I've got that going. 3 lights in a line though. And then is it turning around? Gonna have to play around with that filter. That does show it up good though. We lost it now. I've lost it. Something strange going on. Try again. Okay, that one needs to be back. Saturation. Maybe turn that right down. Try that. We need a chapter so we can just go right to the beginning of the game. And what's all those little dots that suddenly come up? There's the thing. Does the camera just focusing on stars all of a sudden? Was that filmed in sequence or was it 2 videos joined together there? If they're birds, they are bigger than a passenger jet. Well, we got no comparison, have we? Remember that geese video that we were looking at the other time? So we're looking at colour night vision, aren't we? So it's that one there. So we want to try and get rid of that bit if we can. Yeah, it goes wrong, the filter, when we muck around with it. Strange, isn't it? Goes there, then what happens? Looks like you chopped it there, wasn't it? Well, like you can't because the building's not there. So what's happening now? That was when it was coming back the other way, wasn't it? But I didn't see it this time. We need see, it looks like birds, a line of birds there. But the other one could be a plane, couldn't it? I don't know. Is that something there? Oh, right, now you cut it again, or paused it again. There's something there, I think. It's not showing up very good now. What can we do? Maybe something like that. Let's try that. Oh, okay. Because you changed the angle there. It's gone duck. Then you cut it or something and it comes back the other way. There's still that blackness you get in there. Might be able to do it better with paint.net because each frame and then join it all together. Look. That looks like birds. See, it's all up and down there. Okay, so you can see at least a wee bit better. So let's just step it. I think we can see the change in, like flapping wings. There you go, look. Looks like flapping wings to me. In formation, right? I'll see what these guys think down the side in a minute. I still can see it. Getting towards those star. Isn't it the geese migration at the moment? Still see it. That filter's working pretty good. Now, where'd they disappear to? We're getting blocks of different color because of noise and low light noise. Yeah, it's at the top again. So yeah, it look like a flock of birds to me. They're not in a straight line, as it first looked like. Can't quite see them now. I just wonder if there's another flock near them that we're missing. I've lost them now. Edge of the house. You guys so need a camera like I've got with the fisheye aimed at the sky that's always stationary. I think they would add to your captures, right? You know, only like $40 US. I can give you a link to it if you want. What's this? A cloud move? Got some cloud cover there. So you can't see any of that. Or was it a tree? Could be a tree. You couldn't see any of that before very well. So anything there? Now, was that you moving or was it moving? It must have been you. Top of the tree again. Am I missing something? Just keep on going. And this week paused it, I think. And assumed. And then something happened there. I think I'm missing anything. Even again. So, I'm missing anything. There's a few black dots. I'm not sure what stars they are. Yeah, there was some birds here or something. A flock of birds here, look. Just above the tree line. I think it's the birds, isn't it? Well, they're moving to go over the top of the house. Well, out of view of the house, of us, of the house. Bit hard to see those. They have a filter brought those ones out better. But yeah, you can see they're not in a straight line. You can see they're a bit far away, so you probably wouldn't hear them. They don't always make a noise when they're flying though. It's a bit like that last video we saw in China, wasn't it? Was it China? Or Russia, somewhere like that. Ukraine. Yeah, there's those birds, look. Looks like they're coming up from the ground and fly a squiggly line there. You can see it better on fast speed. Yeah, it looks like they're all flying in a V shape there. I think it's geese migration. There was the other one with the 3 dots. I didn't actually see that one come back down on this filter. It was coming down this way, wasn't it? One filter doesn't do all. Yeah, there's those birds. So they're definitely birds. Yeah. Well, it's probably the best I can do there. So what are you saying? You didn't see any birds all night. Well, it looks like birds to me. 18. Migrational geese. Minnesota, wasn't it? How'd you spell it? Minnesota? And they get in this USA. It's going to correct it for me, is it? Minnesota. Many Canadian geese stay in Minnesota throughout the winter, although some migrate south. They breed statewide, but most common in west and southern portions of the state. So daylight savings just changed, so you're heading into summer, aren't you? So we're heading into winter. Flocks except during the nesting season. We got dates. In the month of March, we're in April now. Geese start popping up in Minnesota in the month of March after completing their northern migration. Let's just have a read of that one. They're fairly big bird geese though. They give a lot of heat. There we go. March. April. By April, many geese and their mates have begun building a nest and laying eggs. May, prime time for spring goose. June, adult geese mould. July, so it's all year round there by the looks of it. Geese and gooselings can fly, so you probably would expect to see August and November them practicing flying around. Yeah. Anyway, I think the geese wasn't anything like the other ones where you had like the M shape and what's the other thing that we looked at? M shape, and what was the other one? The triangle shape, wasn't it? That's nothing like those ones. Anyway, moving on. You could probably do better filters if you strip off each of the frames and find you can adjust the frame filtering for each of the frames then, and then join it all back into a movie again. But I will do a size comparison video of a passenger jet versus whatever. Yeah, but you don't know how far away they are from you, right? Unless you got 3D perspective. 2D, you ain't gonna be able to guess. If they were geese, they would have to be the biggest birds in the galaxy. I don't think so. Anyway. What do you guys think? Is there more than birds there? Well, I saw stars. Gabber spat dummy out. Is he in the side chat? I didn't see him. First one is tough to see. Yeah, I think we got to see all of it there. There's 3 in the video. Yeah, I think we saw all 3. One was flying left to right, and then the other one seemed to come from the ground in a wave V shape, and the other one was Three or four of them coming back the other way. BS, I suppose you're talking about the alien video back that far in the comments. The beard and glasses, yeah. Okay, 18wheels, there's 3 in the video. First one is tough to see, the second one flies left to right, yep. Third one in the center, bottom, yep. I think we got all of them. If those are birds, they are bigger than a passenger jet. Yeah, I have to disagree with that. Birds, sorry, 3 videos in 1, yep. Yep, okay, we got that. I will send you a clear image. Oh well, it was worth looking at though. It's quite interesting to see that. But Snipes, sorry, just found you hidden amongst the comments here. Hi Paul. Hi chat, no Gabber tonight. I did tell him we were going on. But yeah, I don't know. I think he might be asleep still. It is early. He normally comes on about 2 PM, isn't it? And it's 1:30 now. Which means it's getting really late for you guys now, isn't it? So it's like 2 in the morning in UK. We're doing alright without him. We've still got a bit to cover here. Whether I can do it today all in one day, I don't know. Let's see. How long have we been going for? 3.5 hours already. You see, the time's getting on. Gabber changed the colours of this one, and the light in the centre was red, outside light was white. But we changed the filters, brightness and all that, and we didn't see that. If you use color swapper, of course it's going to change the whites to other colors, right? And if a light, one of them is brighter than the other goose, then it's going to change them relative and change those whites, a paler white, to other colors. Is that what you're talking about? He took a frame and put it through the color swapper. So you got to be careful there. No geese yet, besides you would hear them. No, they look far away, right? And your camera is so sensitive that color night vision can, normally, you know, any bright light really gets overexposed on that camera unless you readjust it. Anyway, birds around here don't fly that fast. I don't know about that either. If you ever look at our last one that we looked at, the flock of geese, they do fly quite fast. It's just a matter of pattern matching flock of birds. You know, I'm just following the evidence and what I'm seeing. Nighttime. If I thought it was a UFO, I would have said so. Videos. Here's a good one. Flocks of birds. Which one can we use that's not... Stop video we can't use, right? So these move quite quick. The memorations. So probably need to put in geese. At night time. Who's this? That looks like we might be able to use it. Let's see. Yeah, they're too close. Again, you can't see anything in the video. Can't see anything in that video. So it's definitely just using a smartphone. Probably have to spend hours looking for a video that we can use. And most of them be in the daytime. But give us a comparison, I guess. Put on autumn show. Okay. Natural Scott. Let's have a look at this one, how fast they're moving. If it'll let us. Needs to be the same distance. So that's really close. Do they make noise at night time? That's the question. I don't think they always do. They do in daytime. Giant Canadian geese. Okay, let's have a look at that one. First learned about giant Canadian geese in March of 1970. The offspring would then fly out. Giant geese, Canadian goose. It is largest subspecies of Canadian goose that often weigh 12 pounds. Yeah, we wanted a video. Let's close up. Over a pond. Yeah, it's really close. And they're on the pond cracking away. Yeah. What are they doing on the water at night time though? Coyotes howling at night time. Oh, there's a close up. Yeah. So it could be these giant ones. How much bigger are they? I don't know. There would have to be more research. Do geese make sounds all the time at night? It makes sense that they wouldn't be cracking and cracking all the time, because that would attract the predators, you'd think. Cool, snow geese, possibly the noisiest. That's not what we're after though. What does it mean when geese make noise at night? Some are alarm calls, some are pinpoint food. Well, so a temporary lost goose to locate. Do geese make a lot of noise? Some hisses. Do you keep geese quiet? How do you keep quiet at night time? That must be a farmer. Shut up! Trying to sleep. What scares geese? Where do geese go at every night? Geese really sleep in nest, but sleep on water. We'll be geese experts by the end of the show. How many hours do they sleep? 2 to 5 hours. Don't sleep much then. What's their lifespan though? Why do they fly at night? Okay, let's have a look at that one. Have you ever heard of any bird flying at night? It's most likely the Canadian geese. However, since these geese are seen looking for food and playing during the day, does that mean they don't rest? Or do they have a particular reason for night flight? Canadian geese live in a normal lifestyle. What the hell? Dual neural. That was day and night birds. 3 reasons why do Canadian geese fly at night. To avoid thermals. Thermals are atmospheric updrafts. To avoid predators. That makes sense. Hawks, falcons, eagles. To benefit from cooler weather at night. Flap their wings to generate heat. Flew under the scorching sunlight, they would overheat. That makes sense. Some birds such as nightingales are famous for fighting over mates. But we haven't found anything about whether they fly silently. Geese ever quiet? You'd think they would be when they're not to attract predators. Might fly. Well, if we look at that last video from Ukraine or wherever it was, we didn't hear the birds either. Alright. The geese. They said they were geese. So, and they look like the right size on your video. So that's probably the one we should be looking at. You generally see Canadians fly during the day, but the smart goose prefers the night. Geese are not nocturnal. How about the sounds? Sounds. When they're flying. Geese normally fly quiet, often at night. There you go. Especially during migration. There you go. That's what we're after. Bingo. And of course that last video we saw last time, which I don't have handy. Yes, it's completely normal. Midnight. So can larger birds like geese and ducks, they currently group. So where's the bit about the sounds? We saw it in the clip. Okay, let's do a search on that one. Silent. No. Sound. Okay. Low altitude, their wings make a synchronized whooshing. Okay. Not what we're after. When I feed. No, that's not what we're after. Not after that one either. This might sound crazy, but I've been attacked by twice by geese. Yeah, they will, especially if they're mating. All got nests, right? The ducks attack you as well if they're walking down the street with their babies. Why can't I find the reference now? Where's the reference on that one? Maybe it scrolled off since it's been cached. Geese normally fly quiet at night. So I didn't actually find that one. Anyway, it looks like it's there, or was. So that would answer why you don't hear them. And occasionally you might hear a honk sound. That's what they were saying. If one of them is trying to... has got lost or got lagged behind or something. Generally they're noisy in flight than they are on land, but that's not talking about nighttime. Quite a lot of birds fly at nighttime. Anyway, I think it's enough on geese. I think the birds, and if you have a look at that video, I'm not sure what it's called now. Russia, was it, or Ukraine? Probably have to play it back on the last live. They weren't making any sound, right? So it's here somewhere. I'd have to use the bookmarks probably. Where's the bookmarks? Oh no, it's the current live we're looking at, is it? Oh, I got the wrong one. Is it that one? Too busy concentrating on stuff. Where's it talk about the birds? Flock of geese, here we go. This video here. People died, or the aliens died in it, and it just carried on its... This one here. Now we don't hear any sound on this one. From there onwards. These ones are a lot dimmer. But anyway, the birds, and McGowan was saying it was CGI or something, wasn't he? But even UFO Interest says it's a flock of birds, nothing mysterious. And this is another viral video that McGowan was saying it was probably CGI. Was doing the rounds, right?
Look how many years ago.
So, did I post that one down the side? I don't think I did.
Oh, 65,000 views. People can't tell what birds look like. This is disgusting.
Well, they're saying it's a UFO fleet here, right?
It's not a UFO fleet. How many UFOs do they need? 500? It's birds.
Right, so where's it again?
He said a beam of light came down and the being came out of the UFO with the beam of light, and when object, it can also move an object through thermal forces.
So that was on UFO Interest, so we probably can find that one again. I don't think there was any sound on it. UFO Interest. Whereabouts is it though? Probably a long way down again. Here we go. Okay, can you hear the birds? And it looks like the same size in your video, doesn't it? 18 wheels. Alright. Looks like the right size dots again. You can see there's 3 groupings here, just like in your video. Can't hear them cracking. That type of sounds. But there's 3 just like in your video. It's identical. That's what you're filming. You're filming geese, man. I'll post a link to that one. Get out of that. I want that one there. I'll post it. You can do a comparison to yours, but if you want, but I think that one's solved. Geese. Whereabouts was it? Middle Eastern country. Yeah, we did actually find the place name. Middle East. No sounds from them. There you go. Yep, and that looks just like your video. 18. Now I could do a side by side if you want to, but yeah, I'm not going to spend any more time on it. Keep on filming, you'll get something better. I think you really need an outside camera like mine. I've got a 4K version now, but I've ordered another tripod, so I want to do a side by side. I haven't got it turned on. Second sky camera, and it's not Wi-Fi. So yeah, you need something like this also in your backyard on a tripod. You know, the 5 megapixels not too bad. It's going to be higher quality than that color one. And also, remember how it used to make the undersea noise at the front door camera? Well, it's done a firmware update. I think may have fixed it, the problem. Okay, it's at the front door at the moment. Also 2.5K, not 4K. But you can't hear any sound now. I've got it on maximum volume. You can hear maybe sound of the TV from the kitchen, or someone in the kitchen occasionally. But it hasn't got that flushing toilet sound or the water running sound. Although, I don't know if it's the firmware update that did it. But you can definitely hear there's some sound there. You can hear the wind, I think, even. Oh, that's a plane. You can hear a plane in the background. Sounds like a plane now. And someone walking past. So yeah, whether it was paranormal, but it's gone now. Yeah, it's quite interesting. But anyway, thought I'd just bring that up. I was showing my paranormal captures to my sister's boy. He was around here a couple of days ago, so I spent a couple of hours with him. He found it really interesting. Yeah, I think I might need to go to the toilet again. My bladder, I tell you. So yeah, next one was going to be on the alien interview. Let's just try something different instead of the message. Let's see. It gets loud though. Where's my volume control on it? I need to probably rearrange this a bit better. 50% volume. Yeah, that'll do. Small window. I have to undo that when I start. I think it plays his music, so we're pretty much okay still, I think. And he gave us permission. He actually wrote it for the channel.
You are listening to the Out There channel. You are listening to the Out There channel.
Yeah, I'll just go toilet. And I'll just play something for you while I'm away. See, that's doing the intermission quite fast there too.
Searching for the truth behind the UFO phenomena.
Right, cool. You still with us? I just need a drink too though. So yeah, that's my control panel makes it really easy, doesn't it? And the next thing, so we should be using stamps, you know, boom, HOAX. So that's the next thing, is this thing which I'll bring up, the alien interview paperback. So might be worth getting the reader to read out some of it. So apparently this guy called Lawrence Spencer received a box of notebooks or typed up information from her, or handwritten, saying that she saw this alien and basically put it into a book. But some red flags in the whole story, that he didn't keep the script, not even one single page with her handwriting on, so it could be verified later that what he was saying was true. So that's a big red flag right there. There's also some information in the book of names of places that didn't exist, weren't called that particular name, like places of craters on the moon which weren't named back in her time when it was meant to be written up, 1947. So we'll just read what it says here. Might get the reader to read out some of it. Let's see. Let's see if it works still. Edge. Now, this is a recap of information I've already posted, but it was back in the old days when I was using Hangouts, so it was corrupting the screen. So it'd be worth just recapping it again with the higher quality we got now. Yeah, so let's see if I can read it out for us without me stumbling through it with my bad eyes. I'll just go full screen on it. Be easier probably. Where's that up? Read less. So let's get it. Read aloud. Where's that? There.
Copies of 2 letters. Top secret military transcripts and notes from the late Matilda O'Donnell McElroy, an Army Air Force nurse at the Roswell Army Airfield 509th Bomb Group in 1947. In her letters, she asserts that the transcripts are an exact recording of a series of interviews she conducted with an extraterrestrial being as part of her official duty as a flight nurse in the U.S. Army Air Force. During July and August, she interviewed a saucer pilot who crashed near Roswell, New Mexico on July 8, 1947. The being she interviewed identified itself as an officer, pilot and engineer with an invasion force from a civilization she refers to as the Domain. Their spacecraft used the planet Venus and the asteroid belt as spaceports in our solar system. The Milky Way galaxy is a tiny area within the territorial possessions of the Domain. The interview transcripts were kept secret under threat of death by Nurse McElroy for 60 years and released a few months before her passing at the age of 83.
Okay, so why would you burn that so-called evidence? And why is there no drawings in her thing? Because you might not be able to take photographs, but you could draw what the alien looked like, right? So there's a lot of things that's red flag for me here. But you can actually download the PDF. I think I've got a link in the other browser that'll give you a link so you can have a read of it without having to buy the book. It's free for anyone to read the PDF version. So these are the various top reviews, right? So normally what I do is I always click on here, see it's only 203. It's a bit more from I originally talked about, but I'll play the original breakdown as well. So you want to go to 3 stars or less. So go to 1 star to start with. And Google have now changed things, so only tells you whether they're verified, whether they bought the book, and not some sort of troll that's just putting a bad review on. So obviously these people bought the book, and this is honest reviews, so to speak, I suppose. And this is May 2013, and it only got 1 star. So you can see they've had a lot to say. So why 1 star? So let's just read out that selection.
Anyone who has done much reading about the UFO and ET phenomena will recognize the Alien Interview and its sequel, The Domain Expeditionary Force, as clearly hoaxes claiming to be authentic. The interview book claims to be the transcript of telepathic interviews with the alien captured at Roswell in 1947. The interviews purportedly took place at the base at Roswell over a period of approximately 1 month, at which time the alien is said to have died. This contradicts the credible testimony of others who said the alien was removed to Los Alamos and lived for 2 years. The interview book claims the alien would not answer any questions posed to it. Other credible sources say the alien was completely cooperative. The interview book claims the alien was female. Other credible sources say the alien was male. There are other contradictions as well, with other sources who are in agreement with each other. It is obvious that author of the Alien Interview spent an enormous amount of time on the manuscript, creating footnotes that include more pages than the actual interview transcripts themselves. This indicates the author spent a lot of time thinking about and commenting about the many aspects of the supposed interview, as if this would lend credibility to its authenticity. However, it also indicates to me that he fabricated the entire interview and attempted to give the appearance of validity with the footnotes. One convenient aspect to the interview is that in the interview book the alien wouldn't answer any questions from the military or scientists. This freed the author to basically write about only what he felt like including, and not even touch on topics that most people would really want to know, and the author was free to give vague references to anything specific. The interview gives no indication the alien even acknowledges any other species other than his own from the Dominion or the Empire. Yet anyone who is following UFO revelations knows there is plenty of evidence of many species with agendas other than the Dominion or Empire. Among the historical luminaries mentioned in the Alien Interview book and its sequel is L. Ron Hubbard, the science fiction author and founder of Scientology, as one of the few humans to have the correct view on Earth's history and place in the universe. If that isn't suspicious enough, the sequel to the interview book, The Domain Expeditionary Force Rescue Mission, proves that it is quite possible to fabricate a story about the Dominion and the Empire and present it as if it is fact. In the sequel, we are to believe that the woman telepath who produced the interview manuscript, who is now dead, somehow was able to establish an email account after her death and send the sequel to the author.
The PDF or what?
The author attempts to mitigate questions on the authenticity of the book by acknowledging the credibility would be questioned. The lack of credibility lies not in the premise of the existence of manuscripts on alien contact, but on the content of the book itself, which is not consistent with other much more credible sources. From a marketing standpoint, the author put the interview book on the internet for free in PDF format to build a customer base for the sequel. This is a clever sales idea for a self-publishing author. If you want to read something more credible, check out Secret Journey to Planet Serpo. 32 people found this helpful.
So that sounds a wee bit biased there. Because they obviously still believe, right? Where did all of them disappear to? Right, there we go. So let's look at the next guy, what he has to say. A book of exceedingly stupidity. Isn't it ufology to a T though, mostly? I'm trying to just select that one. At least it's not so long.
First of all, the author states up front that the book should be considered a work of fiction.
Bingo.
That's fine, but let's be honest, the only reason anyone is buying this book is because they want to believe that there's a possibility that it is true. The possibility of it being true is 0. The author makes some claims that the material arrived to him by mail, but provides no evidence of that. In fact, he even claims he destroyed the correspondence. So, the entire setup and premise is absurd, destroying any chance of any of it even being true. Given all that, let's judge it as a work of fiction then, shall we? Well, as a work of fiction it is complete and total garbage. I kid you not, but the eschatology of Scientology makes better sense this drivel. So, it's a poorly written work of fiction with a science fiction story of pure nonsense. Other than making money for the author through a thinly veiled attempt to make it seem like, maybe, it could be true, there is no purpose to this thin tome of garbage. 2 people found this helpful.
Alright, so we're starting to hear that this guy is a Scientologist, and it's basically rewriting Ron Hubbard's book to maybe promote more people into Scientology. That also leads that some of those 5-star reviews could be part of his group. As you know, that Scientology people, cult mentality, will attack anyone they're told to, and also if they want to go and buy the book and write a good review, and then it looks all like credible reviews then. Let's just go to the next one. Probably could read that one out ourselves. It's impossible to read very small letters. I can understand that. Okay, the story is a hoax. I spent a lot of time reading this book, handed it to a friend who works for psychology, so I could just read that one out, I suppose. And just go through and see what red flags people have pointed out. I noticed these things.
I spent a lot of time reading this book, handed it to a friend who works in psychology.
So I read the book too, the PDF version. I got to a certain amount of chapters and I said, this is garbage, I can't bother reading any more of it. But I guess some people might have read it right to the end.
Psychology, his commentary is that there were several red flags in the book, including linguistics, that indicated meticulous deception. My sense after reading this book was the same: this is a hoax. In addition to this, the author has blocked/disabled comments on the book website and is otherwise not available for comment. It's an interesting story, meticulously crafted, so read it from that perspective and it's entertaining. Otherwise, it's very likely a clever hoax.
There you go. Stupid how it keeps putting it up to the top. Why does it do that? I don't know. Stupid Microsoft. Microsoft Edge. He has plagiarized the whole story. I was from Ron Hubbard and gave it a wee bit of different spin. Okay, heads up warning. Okay, let's have a look at that one.
"63 people found this helpful."
Now, people will say, well, you can't read the reviews because they're probably government disinformation agents. You're always going to get this spin on conspiracy sites, right? They're always going to say that. that it's CIA reviews and all that sort of stuff. But you can't debunk errors, and also the book author saying it's fictional, which means it's sci-fi, you know. So it's a made-up story, and the nurse notes being destroyed is another red flag in my book, and he can't back it up. You know, handwriting analysis would confirm, like a page that he put into the book would confirm it all, wouldn't it? So yeah, to me, I'm saying that makes it a hoax.
Helpful.
Oh shit! What happened there? I said carry on reading. Where was it now? That's a fairly long one too, wasn't it? Heads up. Here we go. Let's try this again. So it's not perfect, the reader, but it is Microsoft.
Mr. Spencer obviously didn't do his homework before consenting to sign his name as the author. This tale, allegedly from a Roswell witness, by the name of Matilda O'Donnell McElroy, does not hold up to scrutiny. Mr. Spencer admittedly never met this person and only had a 20-minute phone conversation with her 10 years ago wherein Ms. McElroy refused to comment on anything relating to the Roswell incident. Lo and behold, 10 years later Mr. Spencer claims he received a package, which he says he destroyed, so no evidence remains, of documents and transcripts allegedly from Matilda O'Donnell McElroy, but even Mr. Spencer cannot verify the author, and all attempts he made resulted in no such person exists. But more importantly, he claims Ms. McElroy to be Senior Master Sergeant. Women's Army Air Force Medical Corps, retired, 509th Bomb Group, Roswell, New Mexico, and boldly states so on the cover of the book. The rank of Senior Master Sergeant didn't exist in 1947, and the Army Air Force went out of existence September 18, 1947, when the U.S. Air Force was established by the National Security Act of 1947. There is no way possible that Ms. McElroy, even if she did exist, could have retired from a non-existent military group. I wouldn't waste 1 minute reading this book or giving the contents any credibility whatsoever. The circumstances surrounding this book and the contents are at best dubious and highly unplausible. Consider it another well-crafted fear-mongering hoax likely perpetrated by the massive cover-up machine already in place.
So already it's been destroyed, isn't it? As legit story. Any other good ones? Oh, look at this one. They got lots to say. There's a hoax. It's a fictional novel. And yet people still believe it today. I don't know. It's crazy to me. Ufology.
Okay, I came across this story on the web. The whole story itself was very unbelievable, and it reminded me a lot of subject matter from Scientology. Later, I found out that the author behind publishing the book, Lawrence R. Spencer, is a Scientologist, and that on UFO blogs, ESP on the Project Avalon forum, the book has been exposed as a hoax. The author also has a disclaimer that this is a work of fiction.
The website.
I would suggest to all readers that you do your research first before deciding to buy this book, or look for free viewings online first. I also found a discrepancy regarding the supposed alien interviewer. Matilda O'Donnell McElroy. The book claims that she was a senior master sergeant with the Women's Army Air Force in 1947. This pay grade was established by the U.S. Air Force, which was created in 1947. However, this pay grade was not put into effect until 1958. The pictures of her in uniform also clearly show her wearing lieutenant's bars, which is a higher rank. I can't tell from the black and white photo if it is a first or second light rank. The patch on her left shoulder is a WW2 U.S. Army Service Forces patch, but no reference to the 509th Bomber Group, which was in charge of the crash recovery, and her lapel pins clearly indicate she was in the medical field. Personally, I think the book is a fraud. I do believe that a UFO did crash and was recovered in Roswell, New Mexico in 1947, but there is a lot of disinformation out there. Be careful and keep an open mind to this.
There you go. So that's pretty balanced reply there. Someone that still believes, but trashed the whole book. What errors they saw in it. People that military background, right? What else we got here? Mind blown experience. Look how long this one is. Look, people got lots to say about it. Edgar Casey. Who was that? That was a psychic, wasn't it? Okay, let's.
Most interesting thing mentioned in the book is reincarnation, which is exactly what Edgar Casey said. Edgar Casey said himself is reincarnated 18 times already, and he will be back after 200 years.
I'll be back.
So each spirit doesn't get reborn immediately. There are reincarnation incidents example everywhere, books, web, even YouTube. So then reincarnation is real. Then the alien may be correct that we are all immortal spirits, except I can't remember any of my past lives, which kind of beep, and my spirit will be like empty computer without operating system, not even DOS 6.22, every time I born again, because the evil empire reformatted my hard drive every time I die and leave current body shell.
Yeah, why can't
Both
you keep
Alien
the
and Edgar Casey point to there exists record of Atlantis under Egypt's Sphinx. Coincidence? Can this mean the evil empires?
If you can keep your past life memories, that means you'd be a better person each time you reincarnated, right? But you don't. Like, if you're an airline pilot, then next life you could reuse that knowledge to be an airline pilot again and make lots of money from an early age, right? Pass all the courses with flying colours. Or if you're a computer scientist, right? And you could keep, and you're working on something and then died, you can carry on that project and maybe make the world a better place with the new technology. So there is a lot of strangeness with the idea of reincarnation. Like I said it's possible if knowledge and information is stored in atoms and from that person. Especially from the brain region, and when they get cremated or buried or whatever, some of that can be taken up into tree roots and evaporated back out carbon, like, or if you're burnt, it goes up in smoke and ends up in the atmosphere, comes back down into the soil, and that person, mother eats it or whatever. It might be an apple or gang or fruit or whatever. And that atom still circling around the body goes into the baby and forms a baby. Then it's essentially how I see it as a possibility. I haven't ruled it out. And then somehow the neurons can interface into that sub-layer somehow. Maybe at some point, maybe more open than some people, so they can reclaim knowledge. But yeah, it doesn't happen. Because if we're reborn, all of this, then we should be able to tap into that knowledge, and we don't, and be better people.
Empire's soul trap net is real? How can you trap something that doesn't exist, since it said the soul is immaterial? It seems we have another dimension exists inside all dimensions, which is the dimension where souls exist.
So they're talking
and
about
Edgar
dimensions. Well, I'm talking about real science, like the atoms, a dense energy, but like a quantum computer we know about now, right? So they're using 4-bit states. But I think it can get, once you can go deeper into the atom structure, the energy patterns would store trillions of bits of information.
Casey Akashic Records is hiding, or maybe a null dimension is inside or wrap around all dimensions. This book does indeed in some way explain the ghost phenomenon. My guess is leftover is B, who returned to the spirit form and wandering on the earth, who hasn't caught by the
Yeah, it's an interesting subject. I haven't really sort of covered that as individually, but I have brought it up in the past. As Jasper has said here, it's pretty much it. We consist of atoms that were once other people's atoms. Well, it's recycled, isn't it? Continuously recycle of energy. Atoms are dense energy, and atoms recycle and join back on, form new compounds, molecules. Like CO2 goes into the atmosphere, and then the tree takes it, breaks out the oxygen, which we breathe again, and the carbon becomes part of the tree. Or, in the case, it could be an atom in fruit, which gets eaten and then becomes part of the body of that person. Or it could be reproduction system. So, to me, that's my thinking of it, which makes it more plausible that reincarnation could be a real thing. But they're mucking this in with dimensions and stuff like that, which has nothing to do with it. And they're saying that the information goes into a energy field, and then you can sort of download it. I think that's less plausible to the atom idea. But yeah, that's just my theory. I don't think I've stolen it from anybody. They've probably stolen it from me by now. Over 8 years of talking about it. But yeah, I don't care if people want to reuse that and build on it and actually prove it. One day we might be able to.
evil empire's soul net, or perhaps they choose not to be reborn immediately. They appear sometimes in human form just by thinking or believe. They can move tables, chairs, doors because resume some of their godlike abilities once they are in spirit form.
Cobblers.
Sometimes I wondering why PPL on Earth cannot detect the communication frequency UFO using, even though we see them fly overhead on YouTube every day. My theory is like the book says, they are using frequency of spirit to intercommunicate.
So this is her theory, but it's...
I believe the spiritual world...
Her theory sounds very religious influence, right? Talking about spirits and energy levels, sort of thing you'd hear in Contact in the Desert. Mine's based on more science viewpoint and how it could happen. And I think mine makes more sense than all this... what do you call it, imaginary spirits and beings and energy. But I'm not saying there's not an energy field. I think there is an energy field where atoms absorb the energy and also release the energy as part of their dense energy patterns to maintain themselves. It's like a rechargeable battery. And I think Tesla stumbled across it. But yeah, the information has been lost in his notebooks, I guess, experiments where he was mucking around with it. And of course then it got replaced with space-time and Einstein's theories, and everybody's saying they're correct, and I don't agree. But anyway, I think the truth, Einstein wasn't completely wrong, of course, and it's a bit like Tesla, he wasn't always right either, but in between the two people, the two great minds, I think is the answer, the grey area, so to speak.
World is wrapping around the physical world, then each flying disc can just leave their computer at home planet, only have one alien as a linking spirit between UFO and the main supercomputer at home planet.
So this is another theory that I could have, where if atoms are like dense energy, then it's possible to replicate that pattern of energy of the atom into another carbon atom on the other end of the universe, like teleportation, like. So you could transfer lots of information like that very quickly, then reassemble it. So could a UFO be teleported into a beam of energy and then it's reassembled on the other end somehow? Obviously you want to do that over great distances without having like a Stargate sort of system. You want to be able to do that using nature. So yeah, I haven't really thought much deep into the science and theory of that myself, but it makes sense that alien beings could go into a craft that gets sort of converted into pure energy, then transmitted, and then it reforms in a portal, right? It pops out. So that gets around the idea of great distances being a problem. But how long does it take for that energy to travel? Well, we know this idea that Einstein was saying light speed's the maximum, but we're now starting to question that, where some of the Hubble and James Watt images they got, where they've got stuff that seemed to be moving faster than light. So, yeah. It's pretty deep when you get into that sort of stuff. What's this? In very little quantities, of course. Yeah. Now that's wishful thinking. Yeah, it's a good theory, and I think it's very plausible when you're talking about atoms, because we know it's something physical. What is it? In a pinhead, there's like 5 billion atoms or something. Yeah, where's the webpage? When you think about it, it's quite amazing, really. But we don't get too sciencey on people because they'll switch off. So, how many atoms in a pinhead? On a pinhead? I think it's something ridiculous. Oh, 10 million. There we go. More than 10 million hydrogen atoms would fit across a head of a pin. That shows you how small it is, right? That's quite a lot of atoms in that small space. How big is a pinhead? I suppose we need to say. Diameter of pinhead, because it's a wee bit bigger than the point, obviously. The head of an average pin is approximately 10,000ths of an inch. 1/10 of an inch in diameter. Does that sound right? It's saying pin, not saying pinhead. A head of an average pin. I suppose it's saying pin 5,000 of an inch in diameter. The point of a pin. That's even smaller. Twice the thickness of a human hair. So there you go. That's quite good. I wonder if we got any electron microscope images. We got sidetracked again. Alien interview, but we know it's garbage. But this is more interested in the theories that was brought up in that comment. But she's looking at it as spiritual. We're looking at it as science, which could be proven eventually. So yeah, we're looking at pinhead. Is that one there? Tiny transformations. I thought we might have some images there. But yeah, we'd better move on. Time's flying. Where do we get to?
Planet. They can literally surf universe net. We only surf internet on Earth and exchange info throughout the whole physical universe. Talk about having a Wi-Fi router that can expand the whole universe. And no data limit, because the frequency of soul is just an instance since it's non-physical. Unlimited amount of data can be retrieved less than a nanosecond through the edge.
That sounds like someone that's really deep into the shill of content in the desert stuff. So yeah, so she thinks the book's garbage, despite that she's into psychics here. Ed Gacy. Wasn't it a psychic? Wasn't he a psychic? Let's just find out about him. Refresh my memory on him. Was a American attributed clairvoyant. There we go. Is that a psychic? Is that the same thing? Who claimed to speak with his higher self while in a trance-like state. His words were recorded. Was that the one that Houdini tried to expose? Was that one of them? Houdini. Damn. I'm not sure if I typed it in right. Here we go. Solar eclipse. He was known as the Sleeping Prophet. Harry Houdini and Casey. What's that? Looks like a book. Believe it or not, from Houdini to Marilyn Monroe. Yeah, say psychic there, psychic readings. Early years, believed to be America's greatest 20th century psychic. In his life, he gave more than 14,000 psychic readings. So, I'm not sure. Probably need to do research on that guy. How many of his readings come true, though? It's a bit like Alex Jones. Run off every conspiracy under the sun, you're bound to get one or two right. That makes people believe then. Anyway, that's all we need to know about that one. So, yes, you pointed out any other problems with it? For a non-religious person like me, she don't sound like non-religious. Maybe she means spiritual. Maybe she calls herself spiritual. Maybe. I find the book really interesting. Yes, I believe it. Believe it. Before you read it, just remember the old Chinese monk's wise words. You need to empty the cup before you pour new ideas into it. Update. There we go. I realized it has a lot of content from Edgar Casey, so I went back to read more on Ed Casey, and now I'm pretty sure the book is a fake. The author borrowed lots of key parts from Ed Casey and obviously Ron Hubbard. For example, the source of all spirits, the birth of all souls, the souls trapped. I suppose maybe Ron Hubbard borrowed the ideas, right? As well. So it's a bit hard to say who copied who. Okay, so the book is self-described as fiction. Yep. We'll just bring up a few pages of that and disprove it. There are two very distinct voices here. The first... Okay, so let's just read out that one. That's the last one, is it? Where's it gone to?
There are two very distinct voices here. The first, the late Matilda O'Donnell McElroy, and what little we hear from her, comes across as credible. The problem is when the so-called editor, Lawrence R. Spencer, decides to put his own words in Mrs. McElroy, and through her, another entity's, mouth and turn what would have been truly fascinating and scientifically valuable piece of history into a thoroughly, and I do mean thoroughly, bats hit crazy Scientology rant. He then resentfully announces that he has burned Mrs. McElroy's original papers because he doesn't want to be bothered. More likely doesn't want people to know that he betrayed the trust of the late Mrs. McElroy by publishing this POS. Don't waste your money on this rag.
What's POS stand for?
11 people found this helpful. Helpful.
A packet of shite.
Report. Previous page.
Stop reading, you silly thing. So that was just the 1-star reviews. We haven't actually read the other one, so I reckon there'll be a lot more information. What they found, what's wrong with it. Let's see. Some fear science fiction. This was not a very good book. I've been reading and researching UFO stuff for 40 years. This was too weird even for me. Clearly a lot of garbage. Yeah, he talks about there's a department. God has a department, or the aliens have a department called Bugs and Flowers, where they develop the bees and various flowers for planet Earth. Okay, what else we got? More holes than a Swiss cheese. Yeah, but you should actually tell us what the holes are. What I like, the idea that all sentient beings are eternal spirits, the idea people are being mind controlled, the idea of periodic earth upheavals, the idea that slaves are those who delegate to others. Okay, so anyway, what I did like, the old empire, it sounds like Star Wars. He states that its asteroid belt was formed millions of years ago. This is false. It was formed around about 12,000 years ago, at the time of the Great Cataclysm in our solar system. He states that the domain invaded 10,000 years ago. Oh, Dominion, is it? Domain? No, domain. It says domain there. Well, it turns out the Earth was tropical paradise until the Great Cataclysm destroyed the planet. The big asteroid impact, right? And there's a lot more CO2 and global warming back then because you had bigger trees and bigger dinosaurs. They didn't care about the climate too much, did they? He states the dinosaurs were destroyed 70 million years ago. This is laughable BS. They went extinct only 12,000 years ago. There are human and dinosaur footprints side by side in river. Well, that's been debunked. Anyway, but I won't go into that. The author is complete ignorant of the time nature of the Great Cataclysm. So yeah, not too sure if this one's a really credible review here or not now. States the round can't seem to find the center of the control. He's talking about Phil Snyder here. Grey's existing underground bases have been shown to be malevolent, possessing vats of blood and human animal organs. Watch a Phil Snyder. Okay, so this guy believes Phil Snyder, even though he's been exposed by me already. If you don't not listen to that stuff, go back in time and actually have a listen. Yeah, it goes on a bit, doesn't he? Yeah, so yeah, can't take that one as a credible review. He's already he wasn't taking it from a neutral stance. And this is what I find sometimes. We can't believe all the people that post comments. promising start. Has he found any errors in it though? I want people to list the actual factual errors. Ron Hubbard, the book is clearly labelled What if aliens crashed in Roswell, and confirmed Scientology basic tenets of life on Earth, consciousness, Earth as a prison. Where are prisoners? Well, Elon Musk has got a spacecraft he can get off the planet. So how's that work? Interesting work of fiction may contain some truths. What truths though? Doesn't quite say there, does it? Decent sci-fi, but mostly likely just that. Well, there we go. So that's the modern views, and if you go back to my original analysis, some of the views have vanished, probably because they weren't verified. But they did point out some other facts. So yeah, there's a PDF of it here. I'll see if I can post a link to it. If you want to have a look yourself. How many pages is it? 300. It's quite a long book. Alien. Oh, damn, I can't see. Let me just zoom in a bit. Alien PDF, I'll say. It's free. So it's good that they released the PDF. You can see it's the normal book. Okay, so you got to read the disclaimers, right? As far as the editor of the book Alien Interview is concerned, and for all practical purposes, the content of the book is a work of fiction. The editor makes no claim to the factuality of the content, and in fact cannot prove that the alleged author actually ever existed. In other words, the nurse or person that talked to the alien. Although some of the dates, locations, persons and incidents described may be factual or based on fact, there are no evidence to authenticate that. Equally as many may be subjective contrivances of the author. Some material contained in the book may have similarities to Earth philosophies, as the variety of these are too numerous to list. There be too many fundamental similarities to be easily differentiated, although the book discusses the origins of the universe, the time track of physical universe, paranormal activities of the immortal, extraterrestrial beings, aliens or gods, blah blah blah. The notes and transcripts continued in the book are solely and only the based on the representations and documents provided by the author. The editor is not responsible for any assumptions, influences or conclusions. It doesn't want to be sued. Made by the reader based on the material is this book. Well, I think it's probably influenced a lot of UFO people out there. But yeah, you go. It's all there. But it talks about the bugs and birds there somewhere. How do we search this? Where's the find thing? What's that? Can we do Control F? Might work. Okay. Bugs. Let's see what page it comes up on. We've got 1 of 9 references. Here we are, bugs and flowers. The connection between the two is obvious. Nearly every flowering plant requires a symbiotic relationship with an insect in order to propagate. The reason is obvious. Both the bugs and the flowers were created by the same company. Well, I want to complain. I want to complain to the company about the bees stings. Why do bees have to sting? Unfortunately, this same company also had a division which created parasites and bacteria. Well, okay, we need to talk to them why the coronavirus killed off millions of people. And do we get a refund? The name of the company, roughly translated into English, would be Bugs and Blossoms. They wanted to justify the fact that the only valid purpose of the parasitic creatures they manufactured was to aid the decomposition of organic material. There was a very limited market for such creatures at the time. Yes, hilarious. People thought this book was real. In order to expand their business, it's a business. They didn't do it for free then. So who paid them? The alien greys. They hired a big public relations firm, and is that the Catholic Church, is it? And powerful group of political lobbyists. Now that could be Biden's lot, to glorify the idea that life forms should feed from other life forms. Yeah, that's a really bad thing. Why can't we just breathe in the air like trees and drink water? And we could just take the carbon straight from the air like them. And the energy from the air. They invented a scientific theory to use the promotion gimmick. So this is the book. I'm just reading out a chunk of the book. It's just crazy, isn't it? Bugs and Blossoms purpose. So yeah, you can have a read of it and have a chuckle of it, but anyone that is defending that as a legit thing is crazy in my mind. Okay. So, Project Avalon had a bit of communication with him, and they're saying he's a hoax. I'll post a link to it in a minute. Here's my standard reply to everyone who writes, and a lot of people have. This needs to be plainly stated on the internet, as the one seems not to be going away. Yeah, tell me about it. There's too much nonsense in ufology already. Yeah, tell me about it. Unfortunately, this book is a hoax. This is definitive. Lawrence Spencer is carefully... we almost need to read it out on the reader, don't we? Should be regarded as a work of fiction, but it does the UFO community and the Scientology community, see below, no favours when Spencer maintained a subsequent radio talk show, some with sizable audiences, that purported interview really happened. It did not. Conveniently, the claim source Matilda is deceased and Spencer destroyed all the original documents, so well, just have to take his word for it. Okay, any Scientologist with any experience with instantly recognize the very large number of terms and concepts directly borrowed from and sourced by Ron Hubbard. These are literally too numerous to list, stating right at the start with dull bodies. What's true is what's true for you. If that sounds like a third phase thing. We're not telling you what you think. You can make up your own minds. What's true is what's true for you. That sounds like a fraud cop-out thing. Or in this case, religion. If you were looking for how the earth would be suffice, liberal use of the term space opera, the concept that the earth is a prison, and much else. Well, it's a prison until we got spaceships to get off it. Find any friendly Scientologists and they will be pleased and intrigued to go through the book line by line with you. There's smoking gun on almost every page. Spencer has maybe made an unfortunate judgment and written a interesting work of fiction. So we've read a lot of that in the comments already. This does not help genuine UFO research. Tell me about it, because we're talking about it now just to try and debunk it again. Gabber was debating me and he thinks it's real, and I have to slap myself on the forehead. Shame he's not on now to argue and fight me about it, but it is what it is, I guess. Almost as I after note, there are many other problems with the book, many of which are already cited by reviewers. Use of the term carbon dating, computer database alien. The Roswell survivor was called a EBE, or extraterrestrial, not alien, I suppose. Mick Elroy being a senior master sergeant. Yeah, we covered some of all those. The words or terms not exist in 1947. That was the date stamp is also wrong. The author uses the English notation of 9.7 1947 for 9th of July. A little slip written by Spencer, who, although American, is very familiar with England. Yeah, that's right. It would be 7.9 1947 if it was American. So there you go. Carbon dating. Yeah. Let's find out about carbon dating. Like I said, there's a lot of errors in the book. I was just trying to find if someone had actually listed them all out. When was carbon dating discovered? Let's see. Oh, it's 1947 here. In 1946 something, Willard Libby proposed a novel method for dating organic materials by measuring their content. That's when he proposed it, but when did they actually get it working? Become popular. 1940s, okay. When was carbon dating wrong? Discovery of radiation dating. That's It's 1946, it says there. Content of carbon-14. Method was developed in the late 1940s. Okay. Says 1947 there. So maybe that one's not good then. Let's go back. This is why I always check out things. The use of terms carbon dating. Well, by 47 should have been known about it, but maybe not a common term. It's really early days of it. Okay, let's when was alien? Oh, let's see, computer. Well, computer's been around for a while, hasn't it? When was the first computer made? Well, electronic computer. Well, there, it fits the timeline. So, yeah, two years before, Colossus, built in England, 1943. Yeah, that was the one, the code breaker, wasn't it? Code breaking computer. So, not sure if those first two are good. They don't seem it, do they? Database. When was the term database invented? When was the term database used? Okay. It talks about 1960s here. When was the term database first used? 1962. Okay, so that might be one that's valid. That's way after 1947, so I'll give them that one. Computer, no. Carbon dating, no. They're around. May not have been a common use word, but certainly would have been known, especially in military. Alien. Okay, when was the word alien? How do we word that? When was the term alien? So there are errors, right? There's clear errors in the book that makes it a hoax. Term alien first used. Okay, I suppose we could try that. And it dates back to 1798, so that's way before 1947. And of course, alien refers to people south of the border, right? Alien is EBE, so I'm not sure about this one either. Talk about me going into great detail on this. So I'm trying to keep in the middle here and just follow the facts, right? Rather than just bring in my own beliefs on it, which a lot of people tend to do. And that's where they go wrong. So alien is another one we can cross off the list, I think. It's possible that was used. The military stuff I'm not too sure about, but the date year definitely is English date, not American date, so date stamp on the notes, or what she said, wouldn't be sort of like a red flag, but not really big one, is it? So, from Lawrence Spencer to Graham Hancock, congratulations to you and Robert for your victory regarding the BBC attack. Attack on what? The author of the OS factors. I sent both yourself and Robert. So you wrote the OS factors as well. What was that one? Seems to ring a bell. I think Robert's brought it up. OS factor. About. Let's refresh our memory on it. The Oz factor, a term coined by ufologist and author Jenny Randalls, 1951, refers to experiences of being isolated or transported by aliens, I guess. Got chopped off there. So let's just read that one. Isolated or transported from the real world into a different environment framework. So that could be interdimensional or multi-universe. After the fairy tale land of Oz. Okay, is that where it comes from? Okay, there we go. So who's he talking to here? It has to be... So he's Lawrence, so it must be from him. So he plagiarized that too. Because it wasn't Lawrence that first talked about it. I have been a Scientologist, so that verifies that he was. For 31 years, good deal of my book is in an application of the principles of L. Ron. So he's admitted to it. Okay, so that verifies it. Anyway, I'll post a link to it and you can have a read of it all properly. Gabber Beast, he's finally showing up. Yeah, but we're almost finished for the day, I think. So you still believe in the alien interview? You can answer down the side. We've sort of been through it quite a bit at the moment. So Camelot, everybody should know about Camelot. Although they've been caught out on hoaxy stuff. I was all morning, mate. It's a tainted book. So now you agree with me then? Camelot. Why is it not going? Okay, it is. So, basically what people have said, there's some truths in it, mixed in with Scientology beliefs. And it's also got some stuff that wasn't around back in 1947. Some of it's like, how many years difference was it? 15 years difference before it was actually known. So yeah, it's a lot of problems with it. Plus burning the book notes is a big red flag. Like we looked at, what was it? Reincarnation. I talked about it being scientifically possible through atoms, but spirits side of it is what people normally talk about, souls and spirits, and they don't talk about the science side of how it would work. They talk about it being magical. So that's another red flag for me. And the book's talking about souls and all that, which is religious. So there's also a buff top secret page about it, where people are debating whether it's real or not, back in 2008, which is pretty current, isn't it? It's not that long ago. If this is true, so already that guy didn't read the front page, the disclaimer saying it's a work of fiction. Does it not put every story about UFOs into question? According to the book, aliens do not consider us to be important, but it is our resources they want to keep. They want our gold and water, of course, and makes religion to be false. If true, blah blah blah. Then I could Google what? Though I could Google said interview, the address bar is all the way up there. I'm lazy. I'm not sure what he's on about. Creepiest thing about it was the idea that grid lines around the Earth were prison bars for souls. This is indeed a prison planet. Well, it doesn't feel like a prison to me. We're all the outcasts from other civilizations, with our souls' memory erased. Was very interesting in the beginning, but halfway through I felt though the author was writing it, not the nurse. But we can't even prove the nurse wrote anything. Apart from that he's claimed to have a phone call for 20 minutes with her, and she refused to talk about Roswell. Which, if a military person like her, with NDA, that would be exactly what would happen. I can't talk about it, I've signed an NDA, could go to prison for life, you know, blah blah blah. Fun to use assault grain hypothesis. I just read the first 80 pages, yes, 319 we just saw. Without doubt, this is a very bad science fiction. Have you seen the John Travolta movie where it's actually based on Scientology? I can't remember what it's called now. The movie wasn't too bad, actually. What is that Scientology movie called now? I didn't actually mind it. But you could see it was trying to promote Scientology in a movie. Movie based on sci-fi. Let's see. Sci-fi. Movie based on Scientology. Battlefield Earth. There we go. That's it. Ron Hubbard. It was the director. John Travolta. Not sure if you guys have seen it. Let's see, it's got 1 star. I don't actually mind it, actually. Yeah. Fancy having those things up your nose. 3000 AD. 2.5 out of 10. But it wasn't anything like the alien interview. They could turn that into a movie, I guess. And complain to the Bugs and Blossoms department for making bees with stings. Battlefield. It's true, this is a prison planet, or just in cahoots with the prison planet warden. What? What are you on about, Gabber? So all we are left with is an alien survived the crash at Roswell, and a nurse interviewed the alien, and what the details are murky and not bothered debating about. Yeah, I don't believe we're a prison planet. I think we're a unique planet in the universe, and that's probably why they're coming here. And collecting things, right? That sort of developed over millions of years, the DNA and the different species. In fact, I would say that they taken the DNA and replicating it for another planet. So if this planet gets wiped out, there's also the life is developing on another similar planet somewhere in the universe. That's what I think. It's one of my theories that might explain their alien abductions and the experiments happening, and why they've been seen collecting things around the ground. You know, like Mojo's video where they over the pond sucking up water. And also there's looks like creatures outside the UFO that seem to be moving around the lights, which I'm not sure I've already got enough details, but I think there was some movement on that particular video. And of course we got that mantis or whatever it is, just before it takes off in that same video. Well, it looks like a mantis. So yeah, Battlefield Earth. What else we got here? Just to wrap up on, let's see how much stuff we got left. I was going to do Skinwalker. Yeah, I suppose I could finish it. How much time have we been on this? It's coming up to 5.25 hours on this today. But yeah, again, people complain my episodes are too long, but I generally put chapters in so you can break it up and watch it during the week, over the week, right? So it's like watching a video a day, you know, so it's no big problem. Grid lines, 80 pages. Simply put, there is no struggle or effort to transcend the limits of our vernacular to express the complex thought. Blah. The story basically says that planet Earth is dumping ground for aliens, and they desire no contact with us. And they do everything they can to make sure the airships are cloaked so that we cannot see them. The only reason they come here is for our resources. So-called millions of planets. Oh yeah, we are basically meat bags with souls that are considered undesirable to other species in the domain. Last night I heard the Lawrence Spencer's interview on Renes.com and was impressed by his seniority and professional approach to handling of the explosive material. I immediately downloaded the ebook copy and read it cover to cover. My immediate impression is those writings are unique and, if true, constitute a turning point of mankind. Obviously he's not looked at any Scientology books then. And also Edgar Casey, as someone pointed out. One of the primary reasons that I lean towards believing the contents of these interviews is the facts revealed coincide with a number of my own personal beliefs. So that's it. There's a belief system, right? I lived with a woman for several years who was a resident of Roswell at the time of the crash. Her father worked on the base. She relayed things that convinced me that the alien craft did indeed crash. Well, we know something crashed. and possibly 2 crash sites. Later, I worked with a engineer, which we're going to talk with Robert about Roswell recap next weekend, hopefully. Anyway. My intuition is that the alien interview are genuine. Now, how about all the errors in it? Although coloured somewhat by perspective and background. It's amazing people believe it without actual copy of one page or even one paragraph of her handwriting on the manuscript. A lot of this stuff makes sense to me, blah blah blah. Okay. If you read the disclaimer at the beginning, it states the book is a work of fiction. Saves you a lot of reading to try and determine if it's real or not. So it's not real, just a novel. I cannot believe you smart folks didn't notice right off the whole book is a rework of Ron Hubbard's space opera. Author is a Scientologist. And of course that quotes Camelot's letter here, where he admits it in a letter. But he didn't scan it in though, did he? I suppose it's like an email though. So he hasn't included any email headers to prove it was from him. So people could say it's a fake, right? He says it's a work of fiction in order to protect himself from the government. See, this is what I told you about conspiracy thinkers out there. They always come up with an excuse to explain away stuff. It's disinformation. People are part of the government. And he never really says it's directly. He says, and I quote, as far as the editor of the book Alien Interview is concerned, and for all practical purposes, the contents of the book is a work of fiction. Yeah, we really know that. This indeed stated at the beginning of the book. Yeah, okay, we just read that on the actual book. I personally found the book very interesting. I'm not saying it must be true or anything, but it also had some things in common with the Terror Papers, which I also found a great read. I'm not familiar with the Terror Papers, but I have to look that one up. I read it, and in my opinion, it's a bad sci-fi. Even if there was an alien, and even if it really said all those things to the nurse, I'm 100% sure it was just a story made up. Yeah, the bugs and flowers department is what gets me mostly. To be honest, even though I didn't expect much, I was surprised how far-fetched it sounded. Yeah. I'm on chapter 9 of the document and searched for a thread on it. Wanted to know what others thought. I personally don't believe the information in the document, but I'm not sure who the lie is, the author or the ET. I heard this information in bits and pieces before, and this is a strong reason why I don't believe it, though it's, in my opinion, subjective experiences and accounts of others that resonate truth with me. The idea of our joint godhood doesn't surprise me, as even David Icke speaks like that, who's a big fraud as well. But the communal God has been warning, wearing and fighting with each other. Yes, this guy sounds a bit religious. Well, I believe all the religions do a very poor job of expressing God, or rewrite him or her into an image of man, and attribute nonsense and human violence and ugliness to the spirit. So this guy goes on a bit. He's talking about spirit. I don't have a conventional view of religion as I felt drawn to Christianity because when I was 10ish, I felt the presence of spirits in the words I was reading. Yeah. Well, it definitely looks like the whole thing is fabricated. The author, Ian Spencer, is a long-time Scientologist. Much of the mythology of the interview book is very close to the story that Ron made up to create his folk's religion. Spencer either wrote this himself or accepted it from someone who wrote it with a purpose of trying the Scientology myths with tie-in this mythology, Scientology myths with ufology or UFOs. Yeah, that makes sense, doesn't it? Get the new generation of believers. So yeah, if you believe the book, you should be a Scientologist, I guess. And go and stand next to Tom Cruise. Anything else here it's worth reading? So yeah, covered both sides of the argument and debunked some of the claims myself there. I think that's probably good enough. I'll post a link and you can go and read the whole thing if you want to. I say it's fake. But yeah, I can see why there's a liking for it with the religion aspect side of it and religious beliefs, right? Oh, Gabber, what are you doing down the side here? Yes. Wake up, sheeple. Oh, God. So how did some Scientologists gain Matilda the nurse's notes on the alien interview? She apparently mailed it to him in a parcel. You only need to look at Illuminati policies to see we live in a prison planet. We got two humans that like to control other humans, is what you mean, I think. The agendas are in the news all the time. This is 200% a prison planet. Nah, wake up, sheeple. What, because we're controlled it makes it a prison planet? Is that what you're saying? That we rely on money and get people working to make the food, else if no one grows the food we all starve. And that's what they're trying to do with climate change at the moment, isn't it? Got to start eating bugs and no steaks in future. I hate to think what the future holds for us. It'll probably be lab-grown meat. Ugh. If this planet was free, we would all remember our souls past lives. Yeah, but we don't know if soul is even real. It's just a theory, it's religion again. There's no scientific basis for it. Anyone can write a comment. The CIA, I was talking about that earlier. But yeah, the CIA aren't going to, in the same comment, going to say, well, this is an error in the book, are they? And they're not going to say the religious beliefs in the same comment. We did read out some wacky comments that were really wacky, but they said they don't believe in the book. I don't think that would be CIA. But like I said, conspiracy theorists like yourself, Gabber, will always have an excuse to keep the story going. Dr. Seller. You should go and work for Dr. Seller. Yeah, well that's conspiracy sites, and Alex Jones using that all the time, that sort of argument, right? You're asleep, Paul. You need to wake up. Well, maybe it's you that needs to be waking up. We're just living inside a prison planet. Climate change is fake science. Ooh. You're going to get banned from Google by Google admin. Prime example right here of prison planet. Oh, here we go. Oh god, man. You're not even using known science to talk about the soul. And I don't want to talk about the soul. People have tried to document it by putting people on a weigh-in table to see if the soul had mass. You never read the comments with in mind that CI populate everywhere comments. Spread disinformation. So, if it's a prison planet, then you shouldn't be able to go off grid, grow your own food, not need money, go hunting without using guns. So you see what I mean? Your argument breaks down. It's a prison planet in the fact that we can't get off it unless you build your own spaceship. But you can go and live off the grid in the bush somewhere and never be found again. Especially in New Zealand, a lot of people go tramping and go missing, and then will not find their bodies at all. Pigs will eat it, crush up the bones, gone forever. But anyway, but if you're in the modern world, then you're reliant on government and rich people that own the business to give you work, cash flow, to buy food so you can live, and shelter. But there's a lot of people that don't buy into the modern system and go and live out in the bush. In fact, they probably don't even need to buy a chunk of land, but they could. There's plenty of homeless people that live out in the streets, in the bush, and parks. They seem to be pretty happy with their booze and living it rough. Yeah. So I did actually cover this here. I'll post a link to it, but it'll probably get lost in the side comments. This is my original talk about it, and and this one here, which has been analysed, was actually her mother standing on the hill behind her. So yeah, and it's even got that alien interview that we just covered again today as well, and J-Rod. It's got actually other stuff here, Skinny Bob, all the other aliens. So yeah, my original debunk of the interview. What's interesting though, there are other comments there. Talking about place names that didn't exist when that nurse was writing. So there was actually obvious errors in the book. But yeah, if we play it from there,
personal notes.
You can see I started off the same, looking at the Amazon summary and the comments, and that finds a lot more stuff there that the comments have got deleted because they probably weren't verified, probably, or the person broke the terms on other comments somewhere and they deleted their account and the comments vanished. But yeah, it's lower quality because it's using Hangouts on Air, I think, back then. What year was it? I did this August the 4th, 2018. So that was when live streams sort of come about 2 years after. So before then, I was doing Vegas Pro episodes, and that's when I started doing live shows. I found that we could cover a lot more material in the same time. I think there was some other stuff I added here. But yeah, if you want more stuff, go and listen back to the original one. I'm pretty much done now, I think. We're coming up to 5.5 hours and I'm pretty much spent. I was going to talk about Mick West and Skinwalker Ranch and Travis, but I might have to rename the title and do that another time. But I'm just going to leave it there now. And Gabber, Blue Chicken Crawl. What are you talking about? Blue Chicken. What have I missed? I'm just arguing. No. We can point at. We could find all those places in the book where they found errors. Science fiction based on real events. Again, that's debatable. Robert's going to be talking about the Roswell stuff. He believes that he now believes there were no aliens in the craft. So you can listen to what he has to say about it. So that makes the nurse story completely wrong in that case. And to control humans, we need a prison planet. Matrix. Sounds like a good sci-fi. You should do a movie on it. I suppose the Matrix is the closest one to it already, though. Science can measure the weight of a soul. What a soul is. Yeah, I think there was some debunks on that too. But have you done the research on it? No. Measuring soul weight. Debunked. Just trying to think what it was now. What the errors they did in it. Claim Snopes. Oh well, it's on Snopes. It's got to be fact checked. What's the weight of a human soul determined to be 21 grams? Mixture. A doctor in the early 20th century weighed several patients at the moment of death in order to determine the weight of their departing souls. False. These experiments were extremely flawed, there you go, and demonstrated nothing credible about the human soul or post-mortem weight loss. Most of the religious bent belief in life, there you go, Gabber, you're religious, everlasting for the faithful, a continued of the life force that reaches far beyond the limitation of mortal flesh. I think my atom theory is a lot better than this stuff. In such belief systems, death, not an end, but a transformation. Those who believe the body becomes lighter at the moment of death seem to think that the soul has weight that must have necessarily departed with it. With the brisk disregard of strict veracity which so frequently marks discussions of nature, has claimed that dying men at the very moment of their decease have been placed on delicate scales that have recorded their momentary degravitation. But these persons have never been able to specify in just what ghoulish laboratory this took place, or what private home was so interestingly equipped, or the names and addresses of the relatives who so commodorely place scientific and religious curiosity before sentimental concern for the patient's comfort. The doctor postulated the soul was material and therefore has mass. It goes on a bit, doesn't it? Oh, it goes on a fair bit. For one thing, the results were far from consistent, varying widely across his half-dozen test cases. Suddenly consent with death, the loss was ascertained to be 3/4 of an ounce. The weight loss was found to be half an ounce. My third case showed a weight loss of half an ounce loss. Blah blah blah. My sixth and last one was a fair test. The patient died almost within 5 minutes after being placed upon the bed and died while I was adjusting the beam. So far, out of 6 tests, 2 had to be discarded. One showed an immediate drop in weight and nothing more. 2 showed an immediate drop in weight, which increased with the passage of time. And 1 showed an immediate drop in weight, which reversed itself, but later reoccurred. And extremely, what was that? And even these results cannot be accepted at face value, as the potential for experimental errors was extremely high, especially since McDonegal and his colleagues often had difficulty in determining the precise moment of death, one of the key factors in the experiments. Later contented to explain away the timing discrepancies by concluding that the soul's weight is removed from the body virtually at an instant of the last breath, though in persons of sluggish temperature may remain in the body for a full minute. Okay, it goes on a bit still. Well, goes on a lot. McDougall seems not to have made any more experimental breakthroughs regarding the measurement of the human soul after 1911. Well, it seems that we'd have better technology now, lasers, to do it better, wouldn't it? At least none considered remarkable enough to have been reported in the pages of the New York Times. He passed away in 1920. Okay, so who took over his research? An interesting counterpoint to this item is another widespread belief of those long ago times. One which held the human body gained weight after death, and exactly opposite of what Dr. McGowan was attempting to prove. So a human breathes in air. Got to be burning calories with the air. Sugar is made from it. There's going to be water loss from evaporation. So wouldn't you have to do that in a concealed container? So you also measure the volume of gases given off, right? So that was that one. That goes on a fair bit. I'm not going to read all that. There's a Wikipedia on it too. Why body weight isn't an accurate indicator of health. Body mass. Debunking the body mass myth. A new study just totally debunked the body mass scale. Underweight or under measure. There doesn't seem to be too many pages on the soul. Wait one then. It's gone straight into body mass. Oh, right, we've got some the real story behind the 21 grams. Here we go. He even controlled for weight loss due to urine and fecal emissions and concluded that these could not account for the change in weight. Yeah, but did he have it in a container to measure the gases? Yeah, I haven't got time to go over all this one. This would have to be another research project. I suppose they could put down dogs on scales and see if they lose weight. But then you'd say dogs don't have souls. He got his hands on 15 dying dogs is not clear, but he found no weight loss at the moment they expired. He wasn't surprised, of course, because he didn't think dogs had souls. There you go, I was saying that before. No one since has confirmed McDougall's findings, but the movie 21 Grams was based on this idea. I don't think I've seen that movie. Yeah. So, if he was correct, we should be able to do it today, and much better control, and actually prove it. And it sounds like no one has managed to prove it since. Because there is now assisted suicide, right? So there's got to be people that would be willing to do the experiment even today, right? Anyway, what's that? Health myth debunked. I thought I saw something there. Enough on that one. Yeah, Skinwalker Ranch next time. I'll just rename the episode. Hey, I'm going to wrap up now. I had enough, guys. Hopefully you enjoyed it. Gabber, if you're going to keep arguing on sides, cause problem, you just can't have that. You got to be not one-sided. You're showing to be one-sided here. Dogs don't have souls. Prove it. Look, it's going on. I don't know, you got some really strange beliefs, Gabber. Well, random people comments seem to know everything. We have thousands of years of ancient documents describing the soul in detail. No. We got no scientific. That's all belief system. It's not scientific. You know what science is? Science is where you can replicate the same thing over and over again with the same parameters and change those parameters, and it changes the result. It's got to be what they call it, peer reviewed. That guy's 21 grams has not been peer reviewed. That's what they said. Does the fridge light go out when you shut the door? Blue chicken, what are you talking about? In some cases it doesn't, because if it gets broken on the sensor it doesn't always go out. No. Just because the website title says fact check, don't make it facts. Well, I never said it was. I just read out what they were saying. But we did read another website that said similar thing in less wordy way. Fridge light goes out when the light of your soul. You can measure the weight of a fridge light go out. I don't know what you're on about. The soul weighs 28 grams. That's well, in fact, McDonald's took our research. 21 gram burger. It's true, it's true, it's true. No, I don't want any swearing and arguments with you, Gabber. I'm done with that. Blue chicken knows real science. Jeffster, I was sidetracked by the last few minutes. You should be happy. 4 viewers. Well, I actually had quite a few on today, didn't I? You don't Google search hard enough. Well, you see me in real time doing it. You need to go deep into Google search. What's happened there? Looks like we've lost a camera again. I have to fix that up. Anyway, I'm going to wrap up now, guys. Alien interview, fake alien video, fake. If you're into fantasy and sci-fi, then it's your thing. But claiming it to be real, I don't think so. No evidence again, and the evidence he claimed to have isn't there because he destroyed it. It's just too many red flags. And the soul is religion again, not science. And you find me someone that's doing a video or someone dying on video where you can see the scales changing using modern technology, laser scales. Anyway, Gabber's in a prison planet, a prison on top of the mountain. Poor bugger. He hasn't even got a KFC up on top of the mountain. Terrible, terrible. Or McDonald's. So anyway, good night. I'm off before the 6 hours. It's probably already up, is it? Oh, it's coming up close. Let's kick it off. Where's the thing gone? Take care on the roads, everybody. Is it coming up? Yep. And I need to get... I haven't had anything to eat yet, so I need to go myself. Good night, Jasper, Snipes, Gabber, Blue Chicken. Who else has been on? Quite a few people. 18wheels. I don't think I saw Tommy though. Yes, who gave a donation, was it? Yeah. Yes. Who else? There's quite a few people popped in and out. Oh, I had that really loud too, didn't I? Normally don't have it that loud. Thanks for all that showed and was giving the comments on the side on the various topics that we covered today. And I'm going to end it now. Yeah, the kiwi's in his dish. It powers off.